Speaker Mike Johnson and other Republicans. Need me to do more? Betty Boda. Cap 16 is good, sweet. Checking the audio for anyone who needs it. Hello. 2 and 4. Okay. You sure you don't need any more? You good? Sounds good. How are you? Like 11:45 to get a GW. Because I have like a total of their law being like, we're not waitlisting them. Like basically it said, we're putting out a short form saying what, like, why, really short. Like that's 2 sentences. Not exactly. It's weird because what it is really, it's called where they don't want students who have, they don't want to accept students who they do not. You have like a higher. I feel like this whole debate about Jasmine Crockett as a syndicated as.
But I was literally texting someone in Texas as I was sitting here.
They've already said, it's just a question
here too about like this creator economy.
Yes.
Doing so much to bring creators in. Oh, it's just someone who's gonna come in and braid my hair and like be nice to me. It's like owned by any of the off-the-record agreements that we made.
Yeah, exactly. Like TikTok, with no substantiation, no sources, nobody corroborating. There's just one person hearsay. It's not journalism. People are gonna get journalism when they're gone, when it's gone.
Especially when the campaign pushing this idea. This is what it is. This is what it should be.
Colin Ulrich, like he was already pissing off someone in Texas. And she was just like, some of us.
Oh, yes!
Shit, I forgot my.
Okay, yeah, no worries, I'll do the next job.
The next one.
So you were saying you were texting us about?
Yeah. Colin did run a bad campaign.
I mean, also, like, this is, the thing that gets me is, like, they have this influencer, who comes in, she spills the tea, and they don't even, like, it's clear he did say this. Like, at the core of it, like, she's right.
Yeah.
Which is its own bag of worms, like.
Yeah. I mean, and it's like, you know, I mean, and I've heard from not so many other people, Tallarico has Buttigieg problem.
You were talking about the whole
mediocre. Yeah. But the fact of the matter is that, like you said, like the fact that somebody could just say this without just say stuff is dangerous.
What's the situation over by you with the snow? What's going on?
With the snow.
Yeah, like with the plowing and everything, you guys are all good?
The plowing, they finally put a plow through, but it's like, there's still a lot of sleet on the streets. So like, I'm tempted to get a pickaxe and.
People have been, like, I've seen in the neighborhood people with pickaxes.
Yeah, like I'm tempted to get like a pickaxe or a nice pickaxe, you know, just like.
Here, I had to get it. I've got a pickaxe anyway.
Okay.
And that's what I finally had to use to get under stuff out.
I don't blame you. Yeah, because it's like, you know, it's embarrassing that they didn't, that the city and the DMV doesn't prepare for this.
Or they do prepare, but they don't. I will say this was a trickier one because it was like snow and then freeze. But
for it to go this long,
Yeah.
yeah. And there was a moment where, like, I do think, I like to say this to my DC friends, but Virginia did pretty good. Virginia
No,
did
no, I've heard,
yeah,
yeah.
like we managed to power it in a way that was like somehow like people could get around.
Yeah, not terrible, yeah.
Yeah.
Good, no, I mean, that's, I mean, comparatively, like, I mean, Lamont has done a great job, you know, a lot, you know, other bureaucracies have done a good job. Gonna do another, what do you got for the speaker?
I'm so excited. Sorry, excuse me, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Six four. It's definitely not 6'7". Good?
No, I know, yeah, but so like for a while, it's like fine, but now it's in the daytime.
Yeah.
Mic check, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
Were you, it's because he's jealous. Yeah, he's jealous.
Mic check, 1, 2, 3. Okay.
Yeah, I didn't know. Oh, you get to sit down.
How you liking hosting way too early?
Dude, it's been good. I'm like fully, I was like, how am I? I'm fine. I like, honestly, the schedule was the hardest part. And I feel completely like on the hamster wheel of it right now.
Yeah.
I mean, again, like I go to bed at 7 p.m. Like, I'm not a person, but it works. Like,
It does really show your depth of water on the show.
oh,
Yeah, you're really
that's
good at
so
it.
nice.
You're
You
really
guys.
good at it,
Thanks.
really
That's
good.
really, really nice. I also just like the team that existed well before me and will outlast me as well. Like they are so well oiled at it. I mean, it's the Morning Joe team, and like they just get up, you know, an hour earlier, and like you know, a lot of the stuff is repeated throughout. But like they just run such a tight show that like it's the dream, honestly. And I think it marries so well with coming to this place.
Yes.
And like doing the reporting, and then like it feels like I always think of it as like, you know, the arrows that like point to each other in a
Yes.
circle. Like that's kind of how I feel. Like the first half of my day points to the next half of my day, and then the back half of my day points
What's
to
the
the next.
beginning of it? Yeah.
And it feels like it's a really good like synergy flow. So yeah,
It's a fine thing. It's a good thing. Yeah, except like state of the hours. Only the hours.
That show though can only exist at 5 o'clock in the morning because it exists in an hour where nothing can disrupt it. I mean, the only day we've ever had to cancel guests the morning of is when the Pope died.
Yes.
Pretty extenuating circumstance. And like, so we never cancel. We are always like, this is our plan. We book people who we know can like talk generally if in case something changes overnight. Like if we book a writer's strike in Venezuela, like we know that person can hopefully maneuver us, right? So, yeah, I don't know. So it really works pretty nicely. I'm proud of what we've been able to do with it. I feel like our social presence has really grown too. So. Yeah, all good things. I've been taking on your first day of the snow. I've been saying Mayor Bowser's name every morning after another segment, so that it pops up in her clips.
Yeah, no, I was just grumpy when I tweeted that, but then like everybody was like,
Not untrue.
everybody got just like, yeah,
No lies.
you know.
No lies. The city has no idea what they're doing. No lies at all. Say it to my face. Well, I do think we should actually make it so that we can stake out today because I have questions for
The Sharia thing that we're registered for is at 2, so that might conflict, but I could tell her.
Oh, I think that's something that's
Yeah. Alright.
prioritize that, and then I'll look at the other stuff in between this and
Green and the
that.
green.
Yeah, I'll wait till we're coming up to that. and I'll
brother.
Let her know if you
Okay.
can table it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He never stops. How does he know when? How do you know when to clock in?
And wouldn't it be nice to be paid hourly?
Oh my golly. Hey, good morning, everybody. Hope you all are staying warm and glad to see everybody. The sidewalks are starting to get de-iced, so that's a bonus, right? But let me comment on today's appropriation vote. No president has been stronger or more consistent on securing the border and removing criminal, illegal aliens from our communities, period. Strongest president ever. I have complete trust in President Trump that he will continue to enforce the rule of law, including each and every one of our immigration laws. So here's what we're going to do this afternoon. One, we're going to pass the legislation to finish funding more than 95% of the federal government at Trump spending levels, not Biden spending levels. And two, on the sliver that remains, we will keep the wheels of progress turning and let the president do what he does best, and that's negotiate a final deal on his signature issue. And I'll tell you what, if anyone can get this deal done that is going to crack down on illegal criminal aliens to protect our community, that's going to be President Donald J. Trump. So, with that covered by our president, House Republicans are remaining focused on Americans' pocketbooks. Tax filing season began last week, and thanks to House Republicans, it's going to be easier than ever for working families to file their taxes. And why, you ask? Because Republicans expanded the standard deduction. To put it in plain English, the first $31,500 a family earns is tax-free. So the first $31,500 of every family, tax-free. And that does something else that's very important. It saves you time. About 210 million hours of paperwork gone. And that's 210 million hours and 210 million hours of time that the Americans people can spend on doing what they want to do, not filing their tax returns, burdensome tax returns. But here's what's really important that's missed. Every single Democrat voted against that $31,500 standard deduction. Every single Democrat voted against saving you time and making tax filing easier. And every single Democrat voted against saving you money. Remember, and I say this every time I'm up here, and one of these times it's going to get covered by y'all. Every single Democrat voted to raise every single American's taxes. I'm going to say it again. Every single Democrat voted to raise your taxes. Please highlight that in your stories. I mean, I would think the Democrats would be proud to raise your taxes. They need to own that. Republicans are saving you time and saving you money. So this week, House Republicans are taking that message directly to the people. All across the country, we're reminding Americans exactly what happened and the impact that it will have on their families. Simply put, Republicans voted to make tax filing easier. Less bureaucracy. That's a good thing. Republicans voted to cut taxes for working families to keep more money in your pockets. Democrats, again, voted against that. Democrats want more bureaucracy, and Democrats want more of your hard-earned tax dollars. Democrats want to raise your taxes. Republicans want to lower costs and keep more money in your pocket, simply put. So now I will turn it over to our whip, who's done an amazing job, Mr. Emmer. You can raise this. With us, we
We need some Earl.
Yeah, there's funding for that in the bill.
There. So now I can actually see what I've got. Once again, Republicans are making clear that we are the party of responsible governance. While Hakeem Jeffries foolishly urges his members to hold the American people hostage for the second time in less than 6 months, House Republicans are preparing to vote, as we've already done, to fund the government with individual appropriations bills. We passed these bills once before, and we will pass them again. As promised, Republicans in the House have reclaimed the power of the purse. 11 of 12 America First spending bills have passed through both the House and Senate, and now we're going to finish the job. That's what governing actually looks like. The American people deserve a functioning government, and House Republicans will deliver. Just like the Democrat government shutdown in October, Hakeem Jeffries and far-left Democrats want a political show. What's their angle this time? Obstructing President Trump's successful law and order agenda. Thankfully, Republicans thought ahead. In response to the devastating Biden border crisis, we proactively funded immigration and customs enforcement operations for the next 4 years in the One Big Beautiful bill. The Democrats' attempts to stifle immigration enforcement and protect dangerous criminals, especially in my state, will prove to do nothing more than hurt law-abiding Americans. Some in their party actually know this, and we hope they will do the right thing. But even if not, law and order and responsible governance will prevail thanks to Republican leadership and despite obstructionist best efforts. We must get this government funding bills to President Trump's desk swiftly for the good of the American people. And with that, I turn it over to our leader, Steve Scalise.
Thank you, Whip. Well, look at that.
Is that a burst?
Whoa, it's like autopilot here. We've got a runaway podium. The Democrats have tried to shut this thing down too. Once again, today, Republicans will reopen the government after Democrats shut it down. It's like we've seen this movie before, just a few weeks ago, that Democrats shut the government down for a record amount of time. And it took President Trump working with Republicans to finally get it reopened. And we're going to do that again today. And as the whip said, if some Democrats want to join us, we welcome them. But you've seen their leaders, like Hakeem Jeffries, say they want to keep the government shut down. And you'd ask why. Well, it's surely not over ICE, because we've already funded ICE in the One Big Beautiful Bill. But what does a no vote mean today? If Democrats like Hakeem Jeffries vote no today, they're voting against a 3.8% pay raise for our troops. That's in this package. What they're saying is they don't want our troops to even get paid, let alone get a pay raise. Because as it stands today, troops will not get their next paycheck if Hakeem Jeffries and Democrat leaders get their way. TSA agents who keep our airports operating so people can go see relatives flying around the country, that will shut down if Democrats vote no. FEMA is right now giving aid to a lot of states that have had massive damage from freezes. Democrats voting no shuts that down. And so Republicans will be the responsible party once again to keep the government open, to reopen this government, and focus on the priorities that the voters elected Donald Trump and House and Senate Republicans to go implement. We will keep doing that work, even with a razor-thin margin. And I know, yes, sometimes the odds look lower than the Patriots winning the Super Bowl, but that's okay, because we are here to do a job, and we're going to do that job. And whoever wants to join us on the Democrat side is free to. And look, we've been able to deliver a lot of bipartisan wins on a number of areas. If you look at holding people accountable, Chairman Comer is right now in the middle of a negotiation with the Clintons. Bill and Hillary Clinton were subpoenaed on a unanimous vote, Republicans and Democrats voting unanimously, which almost never happens in the Oversight Committee, and it did, to say they have to come forward and testify over the Epstein files. And they have been refusing and refusing for months, and finally at the midnight hour, when a contempt resolution is sitting over their heads, did they finally start talking, but they are not in full compliance. They have until noon today to fully comply, otherwise we will move contempt tomorrow against the Clintons. And again, that was a bipartisan vote out of committee to say that nobody's above the law. The Clintons have to comply with the subpoena like everybody else. I think it was Jamie Raskin who said, when you're subpoenaed by Congress, you have to show up. We'll see how he votes on that tomorrow if the Clintons fail to comply. But we're going to keep doing our job. We're also bringing an important bill on critical minerals to the floor to open up the vast resources of this country that have been shut down by the previous administration so that we don't have to be reliant on countries like China for the critical minerals that run so many of the products we use every single day. This Republican majority is going to keep delivering for the American people while we meet the basic obligations of government, like keeping the government open and reopening the government, which we'll do today. The man at the head of that effort is our great speaker, Mike Johnson.
Thank you, Steve. Well, all right, it's not on autopilot anymore.
You love doing that.
I do. Makes you feel taller. So grateful to be with you all, and I'm sorry we're in this situation again. It's like Groundhog Day in a way, the movie, the bad movie, where we come back to the same failed measures of the Democrats. It was just less than 3 months ago that they shut the government down for the longest period in history, 43 days. It was painful for so many Americans. Finally, a handful of them saw the light and helped us to get the government operating again. Republicans have demonstrated over and over that we are the grown-ups in the room. We are the ones that are governing. We are the ones that are funding the government. We are the ones that are providing the vital services and trying to make government work more efficiently and effectively for everyone. After that long historic shutdown that was so painful, appropriators in both parties got together. I tip my hat to Chairman Tom Cole of the House Republican chair of the Appropriations Committee and all of our committee members, the Cardinals, the subcommittee chairs as we call them, all worked so well in their areas, and we got 12 separate appropriations bills passed through the House, and we had a triumphant press conference announcing that. We expected it to be on a glide path through the Senate, but of course the Democrats could not miss an opportunity to try to shut the government down again. That's what they're doing. Chuck Schumer and the Senate Democrats play games with government funding. Now, listen, the president obviously has reached out to state and local officials in the state of Minnesota. The events there have been tragic and unnecessary. He's made clear his desire to de-escalate the situation and to support an honest investigation of what's occurred there. We now have Tom Homan in charge of operations there, and he's an extraordinary leader. He has 40 years experience. He's highly decorated, has worked in Democrat and Republican administrations, and knows what he's doing. And there's more order being brought to the chaos. Now, I want to hasten to say that the chaos is because, in large measure, the local and state officials in Minnesota have not been participating with federal law enforcement operations, and they've created a dangerous situation there, and that is really a big part of the problem here. The White House and the Senate continued in good faith. They've agreed to separate the Homeland Security funding bill, and that's fine. So we have 2 weeks now to negotiate in good faith on both sides. The White House and Senate Democrats are going to engage in that, but the House Republicans are as well. We have to make sure we maintain the important parameters here. We can't go down the road of amnesty. You can't, in any way, lighten the enforcement requirement of federal immigration law. That's what the American people demand and deserve. We want dangerous, illegal criminals to be sent out of the country, and they've been very successful at that. But these negotiations are going to go forward. If the Democrats do insist on keeping the government shut down, their pointless obstruction is going to have no effect on border security, which we have done, we've secured, or immigration enforcement. As has been noted by the leaders here this morning, we did fund ICE operations for a few years now. So what they'll be shutting down, don't lose this, what they'll be shutting down is FEMA operations as we're cleaning up from the winter storms. They'll be shutting down TSA, which is obviously necessary to keep the country moving through our airports. Coast Guard operations, I mean, so many important functions in the Department of Homeland Security is what will be adversely affected by these partisan games. Let's hope and pray that they don't do that. Let's hope that over the next 2 weeks we can negotiate and get this done. They say they want a real negotiation with President Trump and Republicans over immigration enforcement policy, and we are happy to have that debate. And I've said in a gaggle earlier this morning that what must be a part of that discussion is the participation of blue cities in federal immigration enforcement. You can't go to a sanctuary city and pretend like the law doesn't apply there. It does. And so we're going to be working through all that. Our chairwoman McLean talked about tax filing made easy. Last week marked the beginning of tax season, and millions of American families are working through that right now, and they're recognizing the amount of time and money spent complying with the federal tax code is going to be significantly reduced this year because of great Republican policy. Some of the things we did in the Working Families Tax Cuts, the big, beautiful bill, obviously we intended to cut taxes and to advance America First pro-growth policies, but we also sought to reduce the tax burden on Americans because we know that reforming the tax system isn't just about reducing rates, it's also about reducing the paperwork and the compliance burden on Americans. And you heard these stats, I'll repeat them, but our Working Families Tax Cut locked in the doubled standard deduction. It boosted it further to $31,500 for American families. That's a lot of money to hardworking folks. And again, we remind you Democrats voted against all of those great reforms. These successful reforms are going to save Americans 210 million hours per year in paperwork and $13 billion in compliance costs. That's real money to real people, and we're proud of that. Nobody likes paying taxes, okay? But Republicans have reduced the amount you owe and made your returns significantly easier to file. And so we're so grateful everyone's going to be able to take advantage of that. Last thing I just want to mention, and we'll take questions, I don't think the American people need any more evidence the Democrats want to tax the American people to death. Just check congress.gov. You can see all the bills they filed. But if they did, they should look no further than the Democrat-run D.C. Council's decision, listen to this, to decouple the local tax code from specific federal tax provisions. So in layman's terms, what they're trying to do here, Any Democrat-run city is going to lead into this kind of nonsense. But they're preventing D.C. residents from experiencing the full benefits of the Working Families Tax Cuts bill. It's almost unimaginable that they would inflict that pain upon their own constituents, but that's what they're doing. D.C. is not alone in this obstruction. You've got strongholds, Democrat strongholds like New York and Colorado and Illinois, cities there, preventing their residents from enjoying these benefits. There's no way to spin it. Blue state governors intentionally harming their own residents just because the policies were offered by a Republican administration. I mean, that's what's happening. And it's just incredible to us. Is there any stronger evidence that Republicans are the party of affordability? Democrats say one thing and they do completely the opposite. And I'm so sad for you if you live in one of those jurisdictions. It's a real problem. If this act were to become local law, D.C. residents would be prevented from claiming no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, the increased standard deduction, and so much more. And it's just wrong. There's an estimated 17,000 tipped workers here in the nation's capital, and the D.C. City Council is attempting to prevent them from enjoying this historic tax benefit. But House Republicans are going to work to fix it this week. We will advance Representative Gill's legislation to disapprove of that nonsense at the D.C. Council, because every American deserves to enjoy the benefits of the Republicans' historic tax cuts, even if you live in a Democrat stronghold. Have to take a couple questions. Bill, go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker Johnson. Are you confident you have the votes for this rule vote to pass, and do you expect any Republican no votes at all?
I don't, and this may be hard for some of y'all to believe, but I never doubted this. This was not this is not my preferred route. I wanted to keep all 6 bills together. We worked so hard to pass them through the House, and I thought that should have been a package that sailed through the Senate, got to the President's desk, so we can fund government responsibly. We're spending less money year over year, and we're returning regular order around here, and that's a commitment I made when I became Speaker, and we're finally getting it done. But listen, the President agreed with Schumer that they would separate Homeland, and we'll do that, and we'll handle it. We're going to pass the rule today. It was never in doubt to me. The Republicans are going to do the responsible thing. I did talk to Hakeem Jeffries over the weekend, and he informed me that they would not be assisting in this endeavor, and I just think that's crazy. I mean, I just think that everybody needs to look at what's happening here. One party is moving forward, by the way, with the smallest margin in U.S. history. We have a 1-vote margin. We are still sticking together. The Republican Party is sticking together because the stakes are so high. We're governing responsibly, and we're getting the job done. And Democrats, all they do every single day here is obstruct. And you can see the record for itself. They shut the government down for 43 days, the longest in history, just last fall, and they want to do it again. And it's just crazy. And I think the American people are going to think about this hard when they go to the voting box and to the ballot box in the fall, and we decide who keeps the majority in Congress. I think they're going to give it to the grown-ups. I think the Republicans will be able to continue and grow our majority to keep governing. Otherwise, what Democrats will give you is chaos. Shutdowns. They'll shut down the federal government. They keep proving it to you over and over. So take them at their word.
Mr. Speaker.
Explain this. So Jeffries told you he wasn't going to help with this. Did Schumer represent something different to you in your conversations with the president? Because it seems that there's a disconnect here that's hard to square.
It is hard to square, and it's not my place to get involved in their family squabble. But I mean, I think Hakeem has made very clear I think he was upset, offended that Chuck Schumer presumed to speak for House Democrats. So you'll have to figure that out. The Democrats are in a family squabble over there, and it's not of our doing. Hold on, wait a minute. Schumer and Jeffries are from the same state. They're in the same delegation, and they seem to be having a little power struggle between the two of them. So look, I'm not trying to fuel that. You asked me the question. I don't know what's going on, but I can tell you the Republicans are united, and I'm proud of that. And this is the party that is getting the job done. So,
Mr. Speaker.
Second row, yes, ma'am.
You're a constitutional lawyer. Can you detail the Fourth Amendment protections and rights someone has if an ICE agent approaches their home with an administrative warrant?
How much time do you have?
Yeah, right. Look, let me say this. Okay, so when ICE goes to execute a warrant, it's an administrative warrant, and it's issued by an immigration judge. And that is a sufficient legal authority to go and apprehend someone. They have violated the law. They crossed over our border illegally, and they're here and without any right to be here. Okay, That's what's happening. Now, the controversy has erupted where if someone is, they're going to be apprehended and they run behind a closed door and lock the door, I mean, what is ICE supposed to do? What is Immigration Customs Enforcement supposed to do at that point? Oh, gee whiz, they locked the door. I mean, I guess we'll just go on to our, so there's some logic and reason that is to be applied here. Some have complained that the force has been excessive or what have you. I don't know. We're going to figure that out. It's part of the discussion over the next couple of weeks. I tell you what the Democrats want to do and what we cannot do, and that is they want to add an entirely new layer of warrant requirement. Okay, they want to have a judicial warrant on top of the immigration judge warrant, and we can't do that. Just think of it logically. Okay, you've got maybe 20 million illegals who came across the border just in the last 4 years when the Biden-Harris administration opened the border wide. Okay, imagine if we had to go through the process of getting a judicial warrant, an additional warrant to go and apprehend people who we know are here illegally. How much time would that take? We don't have enough judges. We don't have enough time. It would take decades probably to do that. The people who are advocating for that don't want any immigration enforcement. They do not want anybody to be sent out of the country who's here illegally, and that is blatantly what their cause is. So we've got to apply reason. We do have to apply the Constitution. We have to respect it. And those parameters need to be determined. But I can tell you that we are never going to go along with adding an entirely new layer of judicial warrants because it is unimplementable. It cannot be done, and it should not be done, and it's not necessary. Yes, ma'am. Hey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning. In 2023, I remember this, you chaired a hearing after the FBI had that raid on Mark Hub, the pro-life father. And that was something that I think to this day Republicans say was a problem in the use of force by this government.
Yeah.
And my question now is obviously we understand ICE's legitimate purpose, but we've seen guns drawn on Americans who have not necessarily protesters. We've seen people pulled out of their houses, to your point about the warrants. Do you think ICE needs to change, and CBP, any of their tactics, given what your concerns about civil liberties from the past?
I have great faith and trust in the leadership of Homeland Security and Tom Homan in particular, who's now in charge in Minnesota. He brings 40 years experience to this. He's very measured. We all believe that immigration policy ought to be balanced and strategic and smart, and it obviously needs to comply with the law. And I'm going to leave it to the experts to determine what that is. I think in the negotiation, I think we've got to remove the politics. We've got to look at what the Constitution says, what federal immigration law says, and if anybody wants to adjust immigration law, then that's why we're here in the legislative branch. But we need it. We need that approach. We need the temperature turned down. That's the president's words. And you need a steady hand at the wheel. I think Tom Homan is a great guy to do that. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I just want to circle back on the judicial warrant situation. Can you just explain to me why we're talking about adding additional requirements? Adding a judicial warrant is adding an additional requirement to this process. I mean, immigration advocacy groups for years have said, don't open the door for immigration agents without a signed warrant from a judge. ICE's own field manual says entering a home without a warrant is typically a violation of the Fourth Amendment. How is this raising requirement? Isn't this the MO for how things normally work?
No, I mean, look, the question is to the Democrats who are ringing the bells and saying that they're trying to make this one of their demands in this negotiation. That's what I'm told. Some of them have. And I'm saying that is a road that we cannot and should not go down. And to your point, ICE, for many years, obviously, has had in the manuals that you follow the Fourth Amendment restrictions and you do this in a meaningful and thoughtful way. But we have an unprecedented level of opposition and pushback. When you have local and state officials informing their citizens that they should impede the immigration, customs, and enforcement operations, it creates a dangerous situation, and that's what's led to all this chaos. If the governors and the mayors in the blue cities and states would participate with federal law enforcement, we wouldn't even be having these conversations. I mean, you would have a much smoother process, I think. So, look, we're going to have all these discussions over the next couple of weeks. We will figure out a path through this, but we have to enforce our immigration law. The American people made that the #1 issue in the last election. The wide open border and the chaos that ensued because of it was the #1 issue. The president got to work. We used the existing law that was on the books, as we always said, as I said, for 4 years under the Biden administration could have happened, and we closed the border tight in just a couple of months. We've had almost zero illegals released into the country since President Trump took over. Strong leadership. And the next commitment was, as we said to the American people, we will get the dangerous criminal illegals out of the country. And that's what they've been doing. And for anybody to impede that, they are impeding the will of the American people. They are creating a more dangerous situation on our streets, and it has to stop. So stay tuned for the rest of this. We'll get into the details of it. I'm just telling you that adding a whole new layer of judicial warrant requirements is an unworkable proposal. And I think the people who are making that suggestion understand that. I don't think they want anyone to be apprehended and sent out of the country, so we have to see how it goes. Yeah, thank you.
Is there a question about election? Happy belated birthday, Mr. Speaker.
Happy belated birthday.
Controversial take from Groundhog Day. Also, that movie was good. That movie is good. That's what I'm saying. Why are you not like Groundhog Day? Don't you need voters? Why are you like pushing back on the Groundhog Day voters? John Cusack, dude, you need those guys. I agree. I said when they approach. I agree. The Bill Murray voter. Controversial.
Thank you for holding the line, Lisa.
That's right. I mean, I almost raised it in the question, but I was like,
Do you have instructions for that thing up there?
One of the buttons is sticking. That's,
Oh, is that what it is?
yeah.
I thought maybe there was like a legit auto button.
Out. So I believe that we need to move forward today, because all this vote is right now is a vote on whether to discuss and vote on whether to reopen the government. Now, I will be honest, there are things in the underlying appropriations bills that make my stomach churn. But I believe we have an obligation to the American people to have that debate and to have that vote. And to vote against the rule means you do not believe the American people should even have the possibility of having that government reopened again. I came here to fight to make sure there are not another 500 families next year, and 500 the year after, and 500 the year after. We need to get the government reopened. We need to get our folks back to work, and we need to be focused not on illegal immigrants, not on people who shouldn't be here, but those who should and have the right to be and have the right to be safe. That's why I'll be voting for the rule today, and I hope all of my colleagues do as well. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Georgia.
Mr. Speaker, we reserve.
Gentleman reserved. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, the Florida man who just spoke characterized the murder of 2 Americans by ICE agents as unfortunate. It's not unfortunate. It's goddamn unacceptable. And everybody should be outraged by that. And he also bragged about the fact that he's been in Congress for 10 months and the government has been shut down twice. I hate to be the one to remind the gentleman, but the last time I checked, his party is in control of everything. The White House, the Senate, and the House. You run the show. So maybe November will be a month of reckoning. Let's hope so, for the sake of this country. Mr. Speaker, if we defeat the previous question, I will offer an amendment to the rule to make an order, amendment number 47, to Senate amendment to the Senate amendment to H.R. 7148, which would allow for an up or down vote on whether to cut the $75 billion Republicans gave ICE in their big ugly bill and use those funds to undo some of the big ugly bill's disastrous health care cuts. Mr. Speaker, last year Republicans voted to kick more than 15 million people off their health care. 15 million Americans they chose to kick off health care through an over $1 trillion cut to Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act. Republicans claimed that this was for deficit reduction, but we know that wasn't true. That was a lie. According to the nonpartisan budget experts at the Congressional Budget Office, their big ugly bill added $4 trillion to the national debt, in part by giving ICE boatloads of cash to run roughshod through American cities with zero safeguards. This must end. If Democrats defeat the previous question, we will offer an amendment to repurpose these ICE funds toward lowering health care costs, which Republican Senators Lisa Murkowski and Susan Collins voted for just last week. So I challenge my Republican colleagues in this body to do the same. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment into the record along with any extraneous material immediately prior to the vote on the previous question. And to discuss our proposal, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Rhode Island, the sponsor of this amendment, Mr. Amo.
Without objection, gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Ranking Member McGovern. Republicans are trying yet again to write a blank check for ICE while American families struggle to afford the basics. If we defeat the previous question, we can claw back the $75 billion in the ICE slush fund that Trump and Republicans established with their big ugly law and redirect that money to where it belongs, lowering health care costs. Because in that same bill, Republicans cut more than $1 trillion from our health care system, jeopardizing millions of Americans. Reclaiming this $75 billion from ICE would prevent 700,000 Americans from losing their health insurance. That's 700,000 Americans protected. That's 700,000 Americans being spared from choosing between seeing a doctor or paying rent or paying for their groceries. This is a simple question of our values. Taxpayer dollars should be used to care for people, not to fund mass agents terrorizing our communities, spreading panic, making us less safe, and killing people. Instead of lowering costs, Republicans poured billions into DHS, an agency spreading chaos and making choices with deadly consequences, all while ignoring the needs of working families. That tells you what their priorities are. But everyone in this chamber has a chance to decide today. Do you want to lower costs and protect 700,000 Americans receiving Medicaid, or fund Trump's domestic masked army of terror? It's that simple. And here's the kicker. This effort was bipartisan in the Senate when Senator Sanders introduced it. Democrats and Republicans agreed that we should cut the ICE slush fund to protect Medicaid. It should be bipartisan here, too. I hope Republicans make the right choice, but my expectations are pretty low. I hope the American people are listening. They're most certainly watching on their screens every night. This vote is about using taxpayer dollars to lower costs for Americans over fueling the fear that persists in our cities. It's about caring for our neighbors when they're sick over sending masked agents to terrorize our communities. It really is that simple. Choose care over cruelty. I urge a no vote and yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I hope in the spirit of respectful discourse, the gentleman from Massachusetts maintains standards of decorum on the floor and no longer takes the Lord's name in vain. But since he did invoke the gentleman from Florida with respect to procedure and as it relates to our ability to actually run the show, to use his words, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Florida, Representative Fine.
Gentleman from Florida.
Thank you, Representative Jack. I would just point out we don't run the show. I wish we did. And perhaps the gentleman from Massachusetts wants to work with me to encourage the Senate to get rid of the filibuster. Because we have to tell the truth in this process. And if we could pass this budget with 51 votes and we didn't, then that point would be valid and that criticism would be just. But we don't have 60 votes in the Senate. We are reliant on Democrats to join us in order to get it over the finish line. Now, a deal was cut, apparently, where we made a deal that we said we'll pass all of these bills as one package, and Republicans voted for things they didn't like because allegedly Democrats in the Senate would go along at the end. But as sometimes happens, people don't keep their word. And so that package that was negotiated, that was agreed upon, that was a compromise between all parties, failed to pass. But what we must agree upon, what we must stay, and what is absolutely true, is that we don't control the show in the Senate. Last thing I would say is this. It was brought up that how I spoke about those tragedies in Minnesota. And I did. But we need to be careful, because when we talk about people being murdered in Minnesota because they were lawfully carrying a gun using their Second Amendment rights, we are belying decades of concealed carry classes that tell people who are carrying guns how they should behave around law enforcement. Now, I know Democrats generally hate guns, and probably none of them carry concealed. But as someone who does and who has many friends who do, you're told not to confront physically law enforcement when you're carrying that gun, which is exactly what happened here. Now, do I wish he hadn't died? I absolutely do. But we have to be careful, because we don't want more of that to happen. And when we say he did nothing wrong, we're setting the stage for more of that to happen. These words matter. We have to tell the truth, whether it's the deaths of Preddy and Good, or whether Republicans actually control the show in the Senate. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Georgia.
We reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Boy, Mr. Speaker, I'm confused. I mean, the gentleman wants to say that the Republicans are not in control, even though they control the White House, the House, and the Senate. But yet the Republicans were in control to throw 15 million people off of health care. The Republicans were in control to add $4 trillion to the debt. The Republicans are in control to cut Medicaid by $1 trillion. The Republicans are in control to give ICE, unlimited amounts of money with no guardrails. So, I mean, and now they're telling us they're not in control? I mean, I'm confused. Let me just say this, you can't have it both ways. And again, I hope that the Republican control of this House and of this Senate is short-lived, because quite frankly, this country cannot stand another 2 years of this. Where if you're rich and you're well-connected and you're a friend of the president, you get all kinds of sweetheart deals. But if you're not, if you're a hardworking middle-class family, you get screwed. People have had it. People have had it. They see through this. But to say that you're not in control when you've been cutting programs that have helped poor children, that have helped middle-class families, when you've given tax breaks to multi-millionaires and billionaires, give me a break. Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Mississippi, the distinguished ranking member of the Committee on Homeland Security, Mr. Thompson.
Gentleman from Mississippi is recognized. Mr. Thompson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the time from the gentleman from Massachusetts. Mr. Speaker, Congress must not give ICE or CBP another dollar while they are killing Americans in our streets. We must protect our communities by demanding real change first. This is what our constituents elected us to do. As a starting point, the federal occupation of Minneapolis must end immediately. ICE must adhere to the Constitution and use only judicial warrants for its enforcement operation. Instead, just last week, ICE directed its officers to conduct more arrests without any warrants at all. DHS law enforcement officers must clearly be identifiable and prohibited from hiding behind masks. Racial profiling in immigration enforcement must stop. Sensitive locations like schools, daycare, hospitals, and churches must be protected. We must rein in the sweeping surveillance system DHS is using to crack down on Americans. CBP personnel must also go back to the border. The federal government must cooperate with state and local investigators in investigations, including the murders of Renee Good and Alex Preddy. I've been an elected official, Mr. Speaker, like you have, in the state of Mississippi. Never have I seen an opportunity where federal, state, and local law enforcement didn't cooperate together on finding criminals. ICE has taken this to another level, and we're a better country than this. And Mr. Speaker, Kristi Noem must go. She has endangered the security of the United States, its people, and our institution of government. Again, vote no on the rule and the underlying bill so we can hold the Trump administration accountable. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Georgia.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's important to remember that we stand in the midst of a second government shutdown. And I just have a question for the gentlemen from Massachusetts and Mississippi. Because we are in a shutdown today, and this vote is a vote that will help us end this shutdown later this afternoon, I'm curious, for how long are you prepared to block our military members from receiving not just their salary, but also the hard-earned pay raise? For how long are you willing to withhold the dues that are owed to the people that protect us? And I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
I thought the gentleman was asking me a question, but we would have a conversation. I will tell you, we don't want a shutdown. We want you to reel in an out-of-control ICE agency that are killing American citizens right before our very eyes. That's what we want. And I don't understand for the life of me why that's such a heavy lift for my Republican friends. But that's what we're asking for. We don't want to shut the government down. We don't, that's not who we are. By the way, again, Republicans are responsible for the last shutdown. You went on vacation rather than stay in Washington to try to negotiate a deal. But here we are. All we're asking for is let's reel in this out-of-control agencies, and and my friends find that too difficult to comprehend. I now yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Frankel.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me be clear. I support the 5 bills that received bipartisan support, but I cannot vote for a package that includes funding for the Department of Homeland Security without immediate action to stop the ongoing violation of human rights and law by ICE that have turned into thugs and has turned our country, America, into a place that many of us don't recognize. Donald Trump promised to take violent criminals off the street, but instead, his immigration enforcement has become a campaign of cruelty against peaceful people, tearing families apart, hollowing out businesses, and paralyzing neighborhoods with pepper spray and fear. And the crisis is national in scope, not just the headlines of the cold-blooded murders in Minnesota. The Department of Homeland Security has detained hundreds of thousands of decent people this year, often in unspeakable conditions and without a fair process. And that includes over 10,000 people in my home state of Florida. A mother nursing her baby torn away from her child. Largely good, decent mothers and fathers, workers who contribute to our communities. And yeah, we do need to take the time for bipartisan immigration reform. But today, we must rein in ICE. And that includes ending mass enforcement, roving patrols, requiring judicial warrants, mandating body cameras, ending total immunity, and repurposing the billions of dollars that are being used to menace our communities. Security does not require brutality. Enforcement does not require lawlessness. And our immigration policy should reflect our values, not force us to abandon them. We can secure our borders without terrorizing our neighbors, and I will not support funding that enables cruelty. Congress must act now. Impeach Kristi Noem and rein in ICE. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Gentleman reserves.
Well, Mr. Speaker, again, I think it's important to note the reason why we're here today is because Senate Democrats, along with some Senate Republicans, advanced legislation that enables us to fund the government. So I do find it interesting that our colleagues in the House here are so adamantly opposed to funding our government when 20 of their colleagues in the Senate in their own party not only support giving our troops a pay raise, but support paying and funding our government as it rightfully should be because of all the wins that President Trump has accomplished thus far. But I am curious, Mr. Speaker, with respect to this vote today, I hear over and over again commentary on on ICE and operations therein. But again, no one has addressed the fact that today we are voting to pay our service members. It's a very simple vote. You can either vote yes to pay them or no to withhold payment and funds to them. And I'm just waiting for somebody to answer why that seems to be a bargaining chip that some of our colleagues on the Democrat side of the aisle continue to deploy at the expense of our service members. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Yeah, I would just say to the gentleman, unfortunately, under the Republican rule, we don't have regular order anymore. We should be debating appropriation bills one at a time. They bunch everything together. And by the way, not only do they bunch things together, they don't even call for amendments anymore. This is the most closed Congress in history. This is the Rules Committee, and this House of Representatives has become a place where democracy goes to die. My friend should be ashamed of what they are doing to this institution. I now yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Fletcher.
Gentlewoman is recognized from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, in the nearly 2 weeks since the House last met, people across America witnessed the execution of another American citizen, Alex Preddy, by agents of the United States government, Border Patrol agents operating far from the border in Minneapolis. People across the country watched in horror as federal agents executed him and then immediately tried to assassinate his character, lying about who he is and what he was doing. The American people see through these lies, just as they see that this administration is taking actions every single day against its own people that are unconstitutional, un-American, and unconscionable. Everywhere, people are talking about it. In our House Democratic caucus, we're talking about what we can do about it. The only place that we're not talking about it is here, in this chamber, on the floor of the United States House of Representatives. As Mr. McGovern just noted, once again, the Republicans that control what comes to the floor blocked any amendments to the bill, stopping not just the policy proposed, but the policy debate about the potential solutions and the problems that they address altogether. And now they say we'll address them in 2 weeks. Mr. Speaker, we don't need 2 weeks. We don't have 2 weeks. When Americans are being killed, detained, harassed, and silenced by their government, there should be no higher priority for the U.S. House of Representatives than for the entire Congress than protecting the people that we represent and protecting the Constitution that gives us all of our rights. It is being violated daily by this administration and by officials who have sworn an oath to protect it, just as we have as members of Congress. But we are not doing that here today, and that's why I'm voting no on this rule and urge my colleagues to do the same. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Gentleman from Georgia.
Well, Mr. Speaker, our Democrat colleagues have tried to distract from the historic achievements reached in 2025 by mischaracterizing the work of the House Committee on Rules with weaponized statistics taken out of context. I would like to remind my colleagues that barely over a third, or 37%, of rules this Congress have been closed at the discretion of the Committee on Rules, meaning for the vast majority of closed rules, there were not any amendments that could even be made in order. My friends all across the aisle, particularly my friend from Massachusetts, all too well knows the often Herculean tasks required of the Rules Committee and the difficult discussions when deliberating amendment decisions. The Rules majority believes in meaningful lawmaking, not partisan messaging exercises. We do not need to come up with partisan messaging amendments at the last minute in order to scare, or rather score, political points or manufacture floor fights, but instead focus on advancing thoughtful, substantive legislation like the measures before us today through a fair and transparent process. And I also want to note, as I understand it, under my Democrat colleagues' stewardship of the Committee on Rules, he mentions abolishing tradition or what have you. Well, I think it's helpful to note, Mr. Speaker, that under his leadership of the Committee on Rules, they abolished the centuries-old tradition of the motion to recommit with instructions. I think we would all benefit from an explanation of abolishing that centuries-old tradition and a right of the minority. I reserve, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from
of their abuses. We learned recently that ICE shackled a woman for 24 hours in a bathroom with 3 other men. the faucet didn't work, and when the men would go to a toilet, the woman would hide her face. We know that ICE also detained a 5-year-old citizen, Liam, who then got sick because of the horrible conditions at the detention facility, and a federal judge ordered the release because ICE is just flat out violating the law. It turns out some of the folks that ICE is taking came in here legally through legal processes last year. And if the Trump administration doesn't like that, they've got to change the law. They can't just take people who came in here legally and then try to deport them. And that's why you have judges doing what they just did in this case and release 5-year-old Liam. I also want to echo what Chairman Aguilar said about Kristi Noem. Under her leadership, the Department of Homeland Security has killed a number of Americans. She needs to resign or she needs to be fired, and if not, impeachment proceedings need to proceed. And with that, I yield back.
Questions? Max?
As you mentioned, a lot of Democrats have issues with the way DHS and Kristi Noem are handling situations in the U.S. As a result, how will you vote on the funding package later today, which does provide temporary funding for DHS?
I think we'll have members on. Some members will vote yes, and some members will vote no. This has been a topic of discussion that we've had that you guys have reported on over the weekend. We had emergency caucus meetings where we were hearing from members. We understand the perspectives that our members bring to the table. Some of the appropriators feel like they need to support this deal. Other members feel deeply concerned that even 2 weeks of ICE continued funding is, in a sense, blessing what they have done and what they will continue to do, terrorizing our communities. But our caucus is united, and look, I know you folks are going to talk about this vote. We're opposing the rule because Speaker Johnson apparently told his crew that they could pass this on suspension over the weekend, as was reported. That's false. There was no discussion that would lead any rational person to believe that 100 Democrats could vote for this. If they have a problem passing these bills, they need to talk to Hakeem Jeffries. But the first step was in admitting that this can't pass on suspension. And so now they have to pass a rule. If they pass a rule, which we'll see in the next few hours, then we'll have a quick debate and we'll see where members land on this. This has been the unifying force of members, though, has been these themes, right? Has been Kristi Noem is the head of this agency that is seemingly lawless and doesn't care about the First, Second, Fourth, or 10th Amendment. And she's got to go. We want to protect our communities. We've said that from the very first press conference that the vice chair and I did last year after the president, pardoned violent criminals. And that continues to be a focal point, is what is best to protect our communities while respecting the rule of law. And what we know is that Kristi Noem doesn't believe in this. They're willing to let Stephen Miller make policy over there. And I think what members were also showed is 59% of Fox, this is a Fox poll, 59% said ICE was too aggressive. So Speaker Johnson is on the wrong side of this. He's already dismissing some of the reasonable reforms that we're offering. The proof continues to be the American people speaking in a poll, at Fox, or speaking at the ballot in Texas. The American people are fed up of this. They are fed up of lawless ICE. They are fed up of runaway budgets with no accountability, and they are fed up of the rhetoric that Republicans are trying to offer to justify this lawlessness. And it's going to be on us. It's going to be on House Democrats to push back. And we will push back now. We will push back in February, and we will push back all the way through November until we get an opportunity to change the temperature in this place.
A few weeks ago, I went to Minneapolis, St. Paul, and met with nonprofit groups and local law enforcement. We did a Democratic field hearing. and their stories of abuse are horrific. You have Trump's ICE completely being out of control. We also know that the public pressure is working. The Trump administration is starting to backtrack. They removed Border Patrol Commander-at-Large Greg Bovino from Minnesota. We also know that he has now engaged in anti-Semitic comments. He needs to resign. We also know that Kristi Noem yesterday issued a directive saying all field agents in Minneapolis must wear body cameras. That is a start, but every one of their agents across America needs to wear body cameras like real police officers do. And I encourage American people to continue this public pressure and to exercise their First Amendment rights.
Michael?
Just to drill down before I ask my question, you're going to wait to see if the Republicans can pass a rule before you decide how you're going to vote, or you know?
Or I'm going to wait until we pass a rule before I tell people what I'm going to vote. Okay. But either way, it serves the same purpose. But look, we've over the last couple of days, the vice chair and I have tried to create an environment with the leadership team where we hear directly from members who are struggling, who are frustrated by what they see. And the week back home, where we talked to folks in our communities about the local lawlessness of ICE. Really put a finer point on that. We weren't, in D.C. comparing notes. We were back home talking to our communities, and we're the ones that have to look folks in the eye who have experienced some of these tragedies and horrific behavior. The vice chair in Minneapolis, St. Paul, and many other folks visiting ICE detention facilities or trying to visit ICE detention facilities or talking to community leaders and advocates. But time and time again, what we hear from our colleagues is we have to make changes. We have to reform DHS. They were given unlimited amounts of money by House Republicans, and we need to have meaningful reforms because they are unchecked. They have been proven time and time again unworthy of our trust and unworthy of the benefit of the doubt. All of us are here on the Democratic side. I know the vice chair and I feel this way. We want government to work. We know it can be an instrument of good. We know it can help people in their daily lives. And what these folks are doing sets all of us back because they are now going to be afraid. And I talked to our local law enforcement leaders about this in San Bernardino County last week. Local law enforcement is concerned that people aren't going to report crime or they aren't going to say that they are a witness of a crime, because they're afraid that everybody is working with ICE. And that hurts us. If people don't feel like they can answer a police officer's question on what they saw for fear of their status, that sets us all back. And by the way, every one of these law enforcement agencies, I met with locally, they have an identifier on them. They have their name on a polo. They have their name on their uniform. It says which agency employs them. They have a clear identifier as to who they are and where they work. Shame on us if we can't create an environment that mirrors exactly what our local governments have been doing and have been doing well and have been doing with the trust and support of our community members.
Mr. Chairman, really quickly, you all got a 3-year extension through a discharge petition during the last shutdown, after the last shutdown, and it's languishing in the Senate right now. It's not looking like it's going to get a vote. You and Republicans are far apart on these reform demands that you all are looking to get. In a world where any of these reforms happen, and we can talk about all the different ways that they could, are you concerned that the same thing that's happening with the ACA subsidies, where the bill is languishing in the Senate right now, is the same thing that will be happening on ICE and DHS reforms?
No, I'm more hopeful. I'm more optimistic that House Democrats and Senate Democrats are united in reforming ICE, and I know that our Senate colleagues are supportive of the Affordable Care Act tax credits too. That faces difficulties with 60 votes and needing so many Republicans to join on board too. But I will tell you that the conversations I've had with a small amount of senators, it leads me to think that they are united with us. They want to stand, with us to reform this terrible agency, and they're willing to, stand up and speak up and use their voice and their platform and their vote in order to make that happen, because they see what we've all seen. They see that this administration is trying to tell us, don't believe your eyes, trust us, and we know that they're not worthy of that. So, I feel confident in the strength of the House Democratic Caucus and our unified purpose and message. No matter what the vote outcome is, we're going to walk out and we're going to be focused on how we get rid of Kristi Noem and how we ensure that DHS is a reasonable organization, and that's going to take significant reforms to get there.
Senate Majority Leader John Thune said this morning that it's an impossibility that there would be a deal within the next 10 days. If that's the case, do House Democrats plan to uniformly vote against another CR for DHS?
One step at a time. We got the rule vote in front of us this morning, and in the afternoon we have our vote. I'm not going to presuppose what's going to happen in 10 days today, but I will tell you that it's been shocking to see that House and Senate Republicans don't even want reasonable reforms to this lawless agency. They're seeing the same numbers and the same polls we are. The American public is standing with us and asking us to do something, and John Thune and Speaker Johnson are willing to just do nothing. They're willing to just let the status quo continue. House and Senate Democrats have said time and time again that's not going to happen. Andrew, and then
grassroots groups, progressive members have said that letting DHS funding continue to lapse is in itself the leverage that is needed to do things like get Kristi Noem out of office, to get significant reforms at ICE, including beyond body cameras and things that folks say are not significant enough in the aftermath of these Minneapolis shootings. What will you say to the base when inevitably there are enough members who have said they're going to vote to pass the government funding bill on final passage? What will you say to the base when they say you guys have just given up your leverage?
What I'll say to all of you and what I'll say to the members, first, we got to see what happens with this rule vote. You're making an assumption that this package passes in the afternoon, and I think that's fair. That's fine. I'll play along. But what you'll hear from members and what you'll hear us say to folks, inside, outside, whatever organizations you call it, is, we have more opportunities. We have more opportunities for leverage, not 6 months away, not in the next appropriation cycle, not, September 30th. We have some opportunities to make our voices heard in the next 10 days. And if we can build a coalition that includes our Senate colleagues and includes the American public who are seemingly already with us, that's a good first step. So that's what's in front of us. We'll see what happens with this vote, but I feel very confident saying that House Democrats are going to emerge and to say we need reforms on ICE. We have a list that we want done, and we aren't settling for half measures. And if Leader Thune and Speaker Johnson don't want to come to the table and negotiate real reform, then they're going to have to explain to the American public why they're shutting down, agencies. And maybe that's something they're comfortable, doing, but that's not going to be on us. It's going to be on them approving the lawlessness of ICE without making simple reforms that respect the First, Second, Fourth, 10th Amendment, and tries to offer some level of accountability and oversight over these agencies.
It appears this deal we're voting on today stems from Leader Schumer talking directly to the White House. Do you feel that House Democrats are being included enough in those conversations, especially if we get down to the road of negotiating possible changes to ICE later on?
I don't think we were party to that conversation, last week. That's fine. Look, we play the cards we're dealt. We're voting on the measures that are on the floor. I'm not interested in playing parlor games over, who talked to who or hurt feelings about, missing a phone call. I don't care about that. My colleagues don't care about that. This is the vote in front of us. This is what we have. We have a rule vote coming up shortly, and then we have the full bill that includes the full year funding measures for the 5 agencies and the 2-week CR for DHS. That's in front of us. We've been asking for simple reforms to this lawless agency. We're going to continue to work with the American public and build a coalition that gets that accomplished, because nothing's going to change until we actually enact meaningful reforms to this agency. You.
I wanted to ask in regards to the Clinton's agreeing to testify ahead of the contempt vote. Republicans gave them a noon deadline. I'm curious, there seems like obviously several Democrats broke with the party to recommend it out of committee. I guess, do you guys think, do House Democrats owe it to a former president and a former presidential nominee of their party to protect them from bipartisan subpoenas?
This is about, and I don't want to get ahead of the committee. Robert Garcia and the committee members can talk about their votes and explain their votes, but criminal contempt of Congress is a very serious thing that should be reserved for, we should only vote on something that serious when someone completely thumbs their nose at Congress and doesn't want to, come in and meet. The Clintons have proposed a schedule to meet. They've accepted every condition that the chairman has offered. So clearly there is no basis behind a contempt vote, and a yes contempt vote right now. There's no basis for that. We won't support that. It's completely ridiculous, and it just shows the partisan nature of Chairman Comer. Right. This is, I told you before when this came up a couple weeks ago, right? Like this is all political theatrics. This is about him wanting to score political points because he probably was at a rally at some point and yelled, lock her up. That's all this is about, is him trying to fulfill that, conservative, wet dream to make that happen. And so that's just that's where we are, and that's where the politics of this moment. But there's no basis for a contempt vote, and I hope one doesn't come to the floor.
So why are Republicans so interested in Bill and Hillary Clinton? It's because they're trying to distract from the fact that Donald Trump is in the Epstein files thousands and thousands of times. In those files, there's highly disturbing allegations of Donald Trump raping children, of Donald Trump threatening to kill children. So I encourage your press to go look at these allegations. And I'm highly disturbed that Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche just got the law wrong. Yesterday, he said, essentially, that it is not a crime to party with Jeffrey Epstein. Well, that's actually not correct. If Jeffrey Epstein was human trafficking minors for these sex parties, and you show up and patronize the establishment at that party, yes, you're guilty, because patronizing is part of the law, of the federal sex trafficking law. So Deputy General Todd Blanche just got that wrong, which maybe explains why they aren't investigating all these folks, including Donald Trump. He needs to read the law and investigate these people. He also needs to resign, not only for not knowing the law, but a massive, not only screw up, but the biggest privacy violation in history. They release a lot of pictures of minors unredacted, just violated the privacy of these girls. It is uncalled for what they did. The one thing that they could not do under this law was to invade the privacy of these women now, who were girls at the time, who were victims of sex trafficking. Also, he met with Ghislaine Maxwell, moved her to a minimum security prison, and then got a puppy for her. So for all those reasons, he's just got to leave the Department of Justice.
Thank you.
was trying to see if I forgot anything, because I am notorious for leaving specifically my water bottles in here, and then I feel really bad for the people there.
I will say this might
vote. The yeas are 212 and the nays are 210. The previous question is ordered. The question is on adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Ask for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise, a sufficient number having risen. A recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 217 and the nays are 215. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
It's a great pleasure to see you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 1032, I call up the bill H.R. 7148, the Consolidated Appropriations Act 2026, with the Senate amendments thereto, and I have a motion at the desk.
The clerk will report the title of the bill, designate the Senate amendments, and report the motion.
H.R. 7148, an act making further consolidated appropriations for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2026, and for other purposes. Senate amendments. Mr. Cole of Oklahoma moves to concur in the Senate amendments to H.R. 7148.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1032, the motion shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees. The gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Cole, and the gentlewoman from Connecticut, Ms. DeLauro, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Oklahoma.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the measure under consideration.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time that I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The House has done a tremendous job these last few months as we finalized true bipartisan bicameral bills to fully fund our government in a member-driven, district-focused way. 6 of those bills have been signed into law by President Trump, fully funding those departments and agencies through the end of the fiscal year. While the remaining 6 bills have all passed the House, we're dealing with a partial government shutdown that could have and should have been avoided. Funding the government is not an optional exercise. It's the most basic duty we have in Congress. 2 weeks ago, the House and the Senate struck a bipartisan and bicameral deal to move forward on these remaining appropriations bills for fiscal year 2026. The House acted expeditiously to pass these bills, marking historic progress for our appropriations process and the return to regular order that every member of this chamber wants to see. I share the frustrations of many that the Senate altered our deal at the last minute. But our obligation is not to these emotions, it's to the American people. While we all worked hard, especially our Cardinals, to ensure that all 12 bills would be signed into law before the January 30th deadline, the Senate has put us on a different path. The best choice before us is to pass these 5 bills and the short-term stopgap for the Department of Homeland Security. This approach delivers full-year funding to more than 95% of the government and avoids the consequence of inaction. To continue the government shutdown would be to repeat all the same mistakes my friends across the aisle made in October of last year, throwing federal employees into chaos and confusion while they are forced to work without pay, wreaking havoc on our airports while TSA and FFA are unfunded, putting undue stress on our military families, and causing further instability to the United States economy. Shutdowns are never the answer. They don't work. They only hurt the American people. So today, lawmakers in this chamber have an opportunity to avoid repeating past mistakes. I encourage everyone on both sides of the aisle to do the right thing and close out 5 of our remaining 6 appropriations bills for FY 2026 while enacting funding for core priorities, including strengthening America's defense and providing a well-earned pay raise to our troops, advancing life-saving biomedical research and critical education programs, enhancing the safety and reliability of our skies and infrastructure, supporting small businesses and strengthening cybersecurity, restoring American deterrence on the world stage, and reinforcing economic and community strength across the country. The package also includes a 2-week continuing resolution for our 6th and final bill, the Department of Homeland Security, which will give the White House additional time for negotiations. President Trump is leading by example and engaging directly with Democrats in good faith conversations on that front. He's also been explicitly clear that holding the government hostage is wrong. I wholeheartedly agree with him. As he stated just yesterday, and I quote, "We need to get the government open, and I hope all Republicans and Democrats will join me in supporting this bill and send it to my desk without delay." So I say to this chamber, let's get it done. The American people deserve stability, and they expect results. These bills deliver both. For anyone consulting their conscience, these measures have already passed the House with strong bipartisan support. The work has been carried out, and the responsibility now is to get it across the finish line. This vote is about governing responsibly and doing our jobs. I look forward to us nearing the completion of our FY 26 duties, and I urge all members to support this bipartisan package. Madam Speaker, with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. The gentlewoman from Connecticut is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
There are 2 paths before us today. One, if this bill passes, another, if it fails. If we take the first path, if the bill passes, here is what will happen. The Departments of Defense, Labor, Health and Human Services and Education, State, Treasury, Transportation, and Housing and Urban Development will be fully funded through the end of September. The Democratic wins we secured in this bill will be locked in. We will reject $163 billion in cuts to public services proposed by President Trump. We will increase funding for the National Institutes of Health Biomedical Research by $415 million, and we will provide over $66 billion for rental assistance programs. We turned back in the labor HHS bill 47 programs that the administration had slotted for elimination. In the housing, transportation and housing urban development, 24 programs were slotted for elimination. We reversed that. We will increase funding for child care and Head Start by $170 million, secure an additional $5.5 billion for humanitarian assistance, and boost funding for federal public defenders by $315 million. We will establish meaningful constraints on the Trump administration's ability to abuse the budget process, take expansive power over federal funding, federal spending away from Russ Vote, and reclaim it for the Congress. If not, the president and Russ Vote will be in charge of the funds and we will have no say. At the same time, funding for the Department of Homeland Security will continue at its current level for 10 days. And my friends, it's important to note that it is about 6 legislative days. If we do not pass another bill by next Friday, the department will shut down. Having passed the other full-year funding bills today, every other department would remain open. If we are not satisfied with where we are in those 10 days, 6 legislative days, we can withhold our votes without jeopardizing all of the important Democratic priorities I just laid out and more. We will be in the strongest possible position to fight for and win the drastic changes we all know are needed to protect our communities. Judicial warrant requirements, no more detentions or deportations of United States citizens, an enforceable code of conduct, taking off the masks, putting the badges on, requiring the body cameras, real accountability for the egregious abuses we have seen. If we choose the second path, however, if this bill does not pass, none of that happens. Instead, we enter a prolonged government shutdown. Workers across the board, workers across broad swaths of the federal government would be furloughed, public services would be scaled back, paychecks would be missed. My Republican colleagues will only talk about those not getting paychecks, and you can hear it already. Instead of my Republican colleagues having to defend the Department of Homeland Security with what is happening across the country, lawless, reckless, out-of-control agencies marauding over our cities and towns and striking people where they work and where they live. Instead of increasing funding for the National Institutes of Health, new research grants would be frozen, interrupting efforts to treat and prevent deadly diseases. Instead of providing funding for rental assistance, payments would be delayed, and families would face the prospect of eviction. Instead of increasing funding for Head Start, Health and Human Services would be unable to issue new grants, jeopardizing access to early education for countless children across this country. Instead of reclaiming Congress's power of the purse, we would concede even more discretion to Russ Vote and the White House to abuse the budget process for their own partisan gain, which they would certainly exploit, as we have seen. And in 10 days, 6 legislative days, we would be in the same place with regard to Homeland Security that we would have been had the bill passed, except we will have lost all of the Democratic priorities I have laid out. I have no illusions about ICE and for CBP. We must rein in these rogue agencies. We need to protect our communities. We need to protect the people and the children in our communities. We must have accountability for the egregious abuses we have seen. And it's understandable the rage and the fear and the outrageousness of what these activities have been all over this country. The only way we can get these things is to fight for and win them and let the public know what we are fighting for. Passing these 5 full-year funding bills today puts us in the best position to win that fight over the next 10 days, the 6 legislative days, and beyond, if need be. I strongly encourage my colleagues to support this bill today and continue to fight to protect our communities in the coming weeks. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Connecticut reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I yield 3 minutes to the distinguished chairman of the Transportation, Housing, and Urban Development Subcommittee of the Appropriations Committee, my very good friend, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Womack.
For how much time is the gentleman? 3 minutes. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of the consolidated appropriations package before the House today. Passage of this legislation means that Congress will have provided full-year funding to more than 90% of the federal government. And it marks an important departure from the unfortunate norm in which Congress too often fails to meet its Article I responsibility. There are many highlights worth noting in this package. In providing for the common defense, the legislation strategically increases funding to ensure that our military continues to be the most lethal in the world, while also ensuring that our allies have the tools they need to help us defend democracy. The package also makes investments in biomedical research and small business development. Together, these measures and more support a more prosperous America. Madam Speaker, I chair the Transportation, Housing, and Urban Development Subcommittee. My division of this legislation cuts back unfocused spending and reduces bureaucratic bloat. Before I get into specifics, let me just thank my subcommittee ranking member, Jim Clyburn, for his partnership. He's been a great friend, and he's been an invaluable asset and partner through this process, and I appreciate his dedication to crafting this division of the bill and advancing the entire package. The THUD division invests in what matters to the American people: economic growth, safe and efficient mobility, and housing affordability. We prioritize safety by allocating over $22 billion for the Federal Aviation Administration. These dollars will fully fund air traffic control operations and enable the hiring of 2,500 new controllers. It'll jumpstart the modernization of outdated facilities and equipment, strengthening the safety and reliability of our national airspace system. We provide more than $64 billion for highways, taking care to send the overwhelming majority of these dollars back to the states, because it's at the state level where the best decisions are made, not here in Washington. We also provide funding to address our nation's shortage of safe and available truck parking. America's truckers work tirelessly to keep our grocery stores stocked, our packages delivered, and our supply chains moving. Ensuring they have a safe place to park between long drives is common sense, and this bill delivers on that promise. At the same time, we preserve housing assistance for the most vulnerable, such as youth aging out of our nation's foster care system, while promoting affordability through flexible, locally driven programs that allow communities to expand housing supply without the micromanagement of the federal government. It does all these things while saving millions of hard-earned American taxpayer dollars. I want to thank my subcommittee staff, Avery, Andrew, Doug, Mary Beth. Your hard work and diligence has been indispensable throughout this process, and know that I'm deeply grateful to have each one of you on my team.
An additional 30 seconds, Madam Speaker.
So I'm going to take that 30 seconds and brag on this guy right here, Tom Cole. He has re-engineered, somewhat reinvented, a lost appropriations process, and I am eternally grateful, and I know I speak for the American people in thanking Mr. Cole for his leadership. I want to thank my colleagues for this bipartisanship that's been exhibited by this package, and a yes vote today takes us one step closer to restoring the confidence that the American people should have in this Congress. And with that, Madam Speaker, I yield back the balance.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. The gentlewoman from Connecticut is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Maryland, the distinguished ranking member of the Financial Services and General Government Subcommittee, Mr. Hoyer.
The gentleman from Maryland is recognized for 4 minutes.
I thank the ranking member of the Appropriations Committee for yielding, and I thank the Speaker. There are 5 of these bills who are not controversial, or I suppose which are not controversial. I urge my colleagues to vote for them, to keep the government operating, to make sure that our federal employees come to work and do their job for the American people and get paid for it. There is one bill in this package that is very controversial. There is one bill in this package that the overwhelming majority of our side thinks should not be in the bill. But I remind my colleagues that bill is funded for the next 10 days or 6 legislative days. And during that period of time, we intend to raise very substantial concerns about the operations that are being carried out not only in Minneapolis but in other parts of our country by the Immigration, Customs, and Border Patrol agents. The Constitution calls upon us to establish justice and ensure domestic tranquility. Many of my colleagues, I know, believe that voting against this bill will make a strong statement about the conduct that we see being carried out by the agencies I just mentioned. Let me suggest to them we need to have focus on that issue, because the other 5 issues that we face, the 5 appropriation bills have yet to been signed by the President of the United States and will fund about 76% of the government, are things that we have agreed upon. After they pass, after they're signed by the President, there will be a lot of time to debate the operations of Homeland Security. And in my view, the laws that they are breaking, the Constitution that they are not respecting, and the human rights that they are undermining. There will be time for that debate. There will be time for that action. Today is a time to fund the majority of government for the American people. Minneapolis has shocked the conscience of America. We ought to be shocked, angry, and disgusted by the taking of life of Renee Good and Alex Preddy. We the people want to end this violent occupation of our cities. We the people deserve answers. The Congress needs to rein in the Department of Homeland Security. That's why I voted, and so many of my colleagues voted against funding the Department of Homeland Security. Not because we don't need Homeland Security, we do, but we need it done within the context of the Constitution and the laws of this country and of our states. This Congress needs to ensure the federal government can continue to provide vital services to the American people. Voting for this bill does that. And voting for this bill also gives us the opportunity to constrain 6 months, 6 days essentially of funding for the Department of Homeland Security. Unfortunately, out of the regular order, they're funded for the balance of the year in many recessions. So this compromise bill serves the interest of funding our government for the American people and giving us the opportunity to constrain and to ensure that there are meaningful, substantive, substantial reforms and restraints placed upon the operations of the Department of Homeland Security, as it must be. It is essential that we unmask Trump's federal immigration agents, force them to abide by the local law enforcement standards for use of force, and use warrants.
I yield the gentleman another minute.
The gentleman's recognized for 1 more minute.
Throughout this year's appropriations process, we have seen Donald Trump and Russell Vogt trample on this Congress's power of the purse. Some will admit that, some will say it silently. If there were ever a time for this Congress to exercise that power, it is now. So let us pass 5 bills on which we have agreement, substantially restrain and stop the funding of DHS a week from this Friday, and then come to an agreement on honoring the Constitution, the laws of this country, and the conduct of law enforcement. Let's pass this bill and then focus on that which the country wants us to focus on like a laser for them, for the people. I yield back my time.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentlewoman from Connecticut reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to my very good friend and the distinguished chairman of the Labor, Health and Human Services and Education Subcommittee of the Appropriations Committee, the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Adderholt.
The gentleman from Alabama is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today, as my colleagues are, in support of FY26 appropriations package, which, as it's been said, provides the full year funds for 5 out of the remaining 6 appropriation bills. Unfortunately, funding these bills is not an optional thing. It's a part of our constitutional requirement, and we must act on our commitment to the American people. With this bill that is before us today, the government will continue operating effectively and provide stability for the American people. The path forward in this legislation reflects President Trump's negotiations and direction to avoid a long-term partial shutdown and keep the government operating without further disruptions. As chairman of the Labor, Health and Human Services and Education Related Agencies Subcommittee, I'm honored to work with the ranking member of this subcommittee, Ms. DeLauro, who also serves as ranking member of the full committee, in making sure that what we do in this legislation provide funding for critical projects that provide support and for jobs for local growth in our districts. The Labor, Health and Human Services bill on the floor today balances the need for responsible fiscal stewardship while maintaining key investments in biomedical research, schools, and in public health. Thanks to the negotiations on a bicameral, bipartisan level, funding decisions have moved through a deliberative, member-driven process that emphasizes transparency, accountability, as well as timely consideration. The Labor H bill before us demonstrates the will of the American people who want new priorities and accountability in government, including priorities to make America healthy again and make America skilled again. Investments in this bill are directed to where they matter most, into life-saving biomedical research and resilient medical supply chains, classrooms and training that prepare the next generation for success, and rural hospitals and primary care to end chronic disease epidemic. These measures are part of an agreement that keeps the FY26 spending levels below the spending that was projected under the current continuing resolution, which delivers real savings for the American taxpayers. Enactment and passage of a full-year appropriation is vital. In conclusion, I want to thank the staff on both sides of the majority and the minority for all their hard work in getting this bill across the finish line. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Once again, I urge my colleagues to support the underlying bill, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. The gentlewoman from Connecticut is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from South Carolina, the distinguished ranking member of the Transportation, Housing and Urban Development Subcommittee, Mr. Clyburn.
Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I thank the gentlelady for yielding me the time. Madam Chair, I rise as ranking member of the Transportation and Housing Appropriations Subcommittee in strong support of this bipartisan legislation in large measure because it frees us funding for the Department of Homeland Security at its current level, while allowing for several days, 10 to be exact, for us to continue to zero in on that segment of the legislation and hopefully reach a bipartisan agreement. But we have already reached bipartisan agreements on 5 other sections. And one of those in this bill includes $113 billion in discretionary spending for transportation and housing programs and reflects a renewed commitment to addressing the affordability crisis and improving the safety of our transportation systems. For housing, the bill prevents the eviction of more than 4 million low-income households served through HUD's rental assistance programs, including those currently served by Section 8 and public housing. The bill reinforces efforts to combat homelessness by increasing funding for homeless assistance grants by $366 million. It protects investments for mayors and governors by providing $3.3 billion for the popular Community Development Block Grants Program. And it includes $58 million for housing counseling assistance for renters and first-time homebuyers, and $8 million to continue legal aid for eviction assistance. For transportation, the bill invests in the safety of the flying public by increasing FAA operations by nearly $230 million, enabling the hiring of 2,500 new air traffic controllers. It increases funding for the air traffic control towers and facilities by 26% above fiscal year 2025. The bill also protects investments for continuing Amtrak service along the Northeast Corridor and National Network by providing $2.4 billion. And the bill also includes $100 million for the 2026 World Cup and $94 million for the 2028 Olympics to help transit agencies manage local transportation in support of games across the country. Madam Chair, this year's transportation and housing bill will provide greater economic certainty to communities across the country and improve the day-to-day lives of everyday people. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Connecticut reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to my very good friend, distinguished chairman of the Subcommittee on Defense of the Committee on Appropriations, the gentleman from California, Mr. Calvert.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, and I want to thank my good friend from Oklahoma, Chairman Tom Cole, to a job well done. I rise today in strong support of the Senate amendment to H.R. 7148, which includes my bill, the Department of Defense Appropriations Act of fiscal year 2026. This legislation was a true bipartisan effort by all 4 corners of the Defense Appropriations Committee. The world is more dangerous than ever. China continues its rapid military expansion. Russia and Iran remain persistent threats. Illicit drugs continue to harm Americans here at home. This bill answers to that challenge. It provides $839.2 billion to strengthen deterrence, support the administration's America First defense agenda, and to modernize our force. It invests in next-generation aircraft, the nuclear triad, critical munitions, missile defense, naval power, funding 17 new ships, and sustaining fleet readiness. The bill also drives innovation and efficiency, delivers a 3.8% pay raise for our service members, strengthens counter-drug efforts, and invests in our defense industrial base and infrastructure. These are strategic investments to protect the American people, project strength abroad, and I urge all my colleagues to support this bill. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from California yields back. The gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. The gentlewoman from Connecticut is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Hawaii, a member of the Appropriations Committee, Mr. Case.
The gentleman from Hawaii is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this member as a member of the Appropriations Committee, as well as of our subcommittees on defense and on homeland security. Madam Speaker, I join the vast majority of Americans in condemning the actions of immigration and customs enforcement. Brutality and death in our streets, so-called leaders trashing victims and their grieving families, warrantless searches, fear in our own citizens. I had a state senator in my own district tell me this last week that she was fearful of going out to talk to her constituents in her district without her passport. This is unacceptable, this is un-American, and ICE must be reformed. And until it is, neither it nor its parent entity, the Department of Homeland Security, should be fully funded. And the best way for us to reform ICE is to keep our laser focus on ICE reform. And this measure does exactly that. It gives this administration and my majority colleagues 10 days to work with us all to do the right thing, and unless the right thing is done, we should not fund the Department of Homeland Security. But this measure also funds 70% of our federal government rather than shut it down again. And let me focus on just a few areas where this is critical. Let's start with defense, half of our total budget. In a time that it is critical to our national security that our Defense Department be fully operating, be fully focused, be nimble, be quick, the ability to adjust, and yet we have kept our Defense Department essentially crippled for 16 months now since the last time that we funded it in regular order and gave it direction through funding and oversight was fiscal year 2024. They've been operating on a continuing resolution for 16 months now, and that cripples national security. That is a national security risk. No new programs, procurement that is excessively expensive because it cannot function over multi-years, no effective system-wide modernization. Any military leader will tell you that the worst thing going for it right now, in a time when it has to adjust to the PRC, to Russia, across a variety of focuses, is now that it needs full flexibility. Financial services and general government, this bill funds the federal courts. Can we envision a time in our history when it was not more important that the federal courts be fully staffed and funding? I don't think so. This bill funds Social Security. It enables Social Security to continue to function for the millions of Americans who depend on it at a time when Social Security is being crippled by staff cuts. Foreign affairs. This bill provides continued security assistance to our friends and allies throughout the world. It maintains some effective projection of presence out there into the world. It funds the Countering PRC Influence Fund that is so important to us. Transportation, the Federal Aviation Administration, it funds the FAA so that our air transportation system can continue to fund. Federal workers overall, who have borne the brunt of our failure to appropriate in regular order, millions throughout our country, it helps them by assuring them that they can continue without great doubt. We must pass this measure now, and it must not be, need not be.
I yield the gentleman an additional minute.
Additional minute.
It must not be, need not be, and will not be at the expense of ICE reform. We sacrifice none of that mandate to reform ICE by passing this bill today. I would finally say to our Department of Homeland Security employees out there who have served us so well through so much difficulty, to the Federal Emergency Management Agency, Homeland Security Investigations, Customs and Border Protection, Transportation Security Administration, you do critical work for us. And we apologize to you that we must create uncertainty to you for the foreseeable future, but we ask you to understand that reforming ICE is critical not just to those that are suffering at the hands of ICE, it is critical to our country. You will be paid. You will be paid because this continues your pay. But the uncertainty, until we get this resolved, you must live with. We appreciate your cooperation. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentlewoman from Connecticut reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to my very good friend, my classmate, the co-chairman of the full committee and the chairman of the subcommittee on national security and related programs, distinguished gentleman from Florida, Mr. Diaz-Balart.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and to Chairman Cole. Actually, I'm going to reserve what I'm going to say about Chairman Cole to the end, but also to the ranking member of the full committee, Congressman DeLauro, Congressman Frankel, the subcommittee ranking member. Look, this full-year funding really refocuses our nation's foreign policy in historic ways. It focuses on U.S. national security, but it does so while also restoring fiscal sanity. In this area, in the foreign policy arena, it actually reduces spending by 16%. But within those really historic reductions, the bill does more to counter our adversaries like China, Iran, the cartels in our hemisphere, and to support our allies and friends. It does a lot more, but spending a lot less money. Madam Speaker, the bill increases funding to counter fentanyl. It increases support for religious freedom and to address religious persecution around the planet. It maintains our longstanding pro-life provisions. And this bill removes controversial funding directives like the UN climate change. It makes double-digit reductions to the UN funding, and it, more importantly, or equally as important, it gives the Secretary of State the tools and leverage to demand much-needed reforms. These are historic changes, and this approach, again, protects American taxpayer, but also the national security interests of the United States. Now, Madam Speaker, we would not be here debating this if it wasn't for the brilliant, persistent leadership of the full committee chairman. A lot of folks said that we would never get here, that we would end up with another long-term CR, which would have been so detrimental to our country. But I will tell you, it was Tom Cole, yes, with his partners, but Tom Cole who brought us this far, who are going to actually get these bills passed, send them to the president for his signature. Mr. Chairman, we owe you, the country owes you, a debt of gratitude. Thank you, sir. I yield back, Madam Speaker.
The gentleman from Florida yields back. The gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. The gentlewoman from Connecticut is recognized. The gentlewoman reserves.
I'm sorry.
The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to my very good friend, the distinguished gentleman from Guam, Mr. Moylan.
The gentleman from Guam is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my friend Chairman Cole for the great work you have done on the appropriations. And that is why I rise today in support of the measure before us. The Senate amendment preserves the 5 bipartisan funding bills that this chamber has agreed to while giving us the necessary time to come to an agreement on Homeland Security funding. We simply cannot allow our troops or federal employees to miss another paycheck. If we fail to send this bill to the president's desk today, this shutdown will continue to drag on and limit access to the programs that Americans across the country rely on for health care, for education, and national security. Now, in Guam, where the enlistment rate is the highest in the nation, many of our families rely on a timely paycheck for everyday needs. This bill strengthens support for our service member and includes 3.8% pay raise for all military personnel and continues to pay rate increases for our junior enlisted service members. So I strongly agree and urge my colleagues to support this measure and to support the American people. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. Gentlelady from Connecticut is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentlelady from Connecticut reserves.
Thank you very much.
Gentleman from Oklahoma.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to my very good friend, distinguished gentleman from California, Mr. Kiley.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, the passage of this legislation will kick off a 10-day negotiation around an issue that is causing deep divisions throughout the country. I do believe we can come together around a set of reforms that will advance and focus the mission of Immigration and Customs Enforcement while protecting our officers and protecting the public. But such reforms must go hand in hand with a commitment to stop jurisdictions like Minnesota and California from releasing dangerous, wanted individuals as some sort of act of defiance, thereby forcing immigration authorities to go into communities rather than have an orderly transfer in a custodial setting. I want to read a quote on this topic. It reads as follows: "I do not consider it in the service of public safety to release an individual into the community when that individual can be released to Immigration and Customs Enforcement for prompt removal." That statement comes not from President Trump, not from Secretary Noem, but from Alejandro Mayorkas, President Biden's Secretary of Homeland Security.
The gentleman an additional 30 seconds, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman is recognized for additional 30 seconds.
Mr. Speaker, if even Secretary Mayorkas can recognize the folly of these so-called sanctuary policies, then all of us on both sides of the aisle should be able to hear as well. I yield back.
Back. The gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. Gentlelady from Connecticut reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma.
I would advise my friend I'm prepared to close whenever she is.
Gentlelady from Connecticut is recognized.
Thank the gentleman. I just want to outline for a moment the impacts of the failure to pass the 5 bipartisan House-passed spending measures, what that would do. Military personnel, extended shutdown will harm both military and civilian personnel at DOD who could not legally receive pay during a shutdown. Federal courts will no longer have funding to sustain full paid operations, and the courts can only carry out limited functions. The community development financial institutions, if that lapses, the money will be withheld in funding for over almost 1,500 credit unions, banks, and community financial institutions. The SBA would be unable to approve $170 million per day in loan assistance. Social Security Administration. Thousands of Social Security Administration employees would likely be furloughed, delays on the SSA's 800 number, limited hours of operation. The National Institutes of Health freeze funding for new research grants, including research, cancer, Alzheimer's, ALS, heart disease, diabetes, kidneys, mental health, maternal mortality, infectious disease, genetic diseases, and the list goes on and on and on. Community health centers would receive only partial funding to provide health care services for low-income patients. Head Start, if funding lapses, thousands of low-income children would be at risk of losing access to Head Start programs. Senior nutrition grants are at risk. That's Meals on Wheels as well as congregate meals. Worker protection agencies would likely furlough federal staff who are responsible for investigating wage theft, safety and health hazards in high-risk areas. That's just a small smattering of what the impact of the failure to pass these 5 bills, 5 bipartisan bills, where we had 341 yes votes in this chamber not 3 weeks ago. Now, some might say, well, what do you think about what ICE and the CBP are doing? I'm not unaware of that. I share the anger. I share the outrage of what they are done. And it is, yes, it's Minnesota, but it is also what's happening all over this country. People are being beat up. They're being pulled out of schools, pulled out of churches, and people frightened to death that they carry their passports with them. Their passports. And they're American citizens, and they're frightened. What have we proposed in this area? And that's when we were doing the appropriations bills. Prohibition on detaining or deporting U.S. citizens, reducing funding for ICE, prohibition on the use of Border Patrol and CBP officers, and a requirement for DHS law enforcement to use body-worn cameras. Require reporting on the use of force. Training standards. They should be trained in de-escalation. And that's what ought to be happening in this, instead of fomenting escalation. Requiring ICE warrants. And there are other things. And I might add, just so that the people on the committee here understand, in June of 2025, the House Appropriations Committee advanced the FY 2026 Department of Homeland Security Appropriations Bill. It included bipartisan reforms and safeguards designed to protect U.S. citizens and vulnerable communities. However, when the bill was renegotiated in January 2026, these critical reforms were removed, but Democrats and Republicans voted for these reforms, and they must do it again. And the list goes on. No funds if DHS violates the First Amendment, the Fourth Amendment, the Fifth Amendment. No funds for detaining again and deporting U.S. citizens. No prohibition on video recording for ICE. This was all passed in an appropriations committee and then stripped out. The fact of the matter is, look, we need to focus like a laser in these 10 days, 6 legislative days on DHS. Let's not have to focus on 5 agencies where there is agreement on what we do. And there is agreement on our side of the aisle. Despite what the press may report, there is now a single Democrat in this body who believes what ICE and the CBP are doing is acceptable. And I cannot believe that a number of my Republican colleagues feel the same way. Let us focus in on the Department of Homeland Security. Let the public understand the nature of the fight. Quite honestly, let my Republican colleagues, let the administration defend the Department of Homeland Security and its lawlessness and recklessness when the majority of this country is seeing what they are doing. We all want the same thing. We want to keep our constituents safe. We want to stop the violence in the streets. We want to end chaos in our communities. And that these out-of-control agencies have created. The simple truth is we have a better chance of imposing real constraints on ICE and the CBP if this bill passes than if it fails. We have a better chance at securing justice. Justice for Renee Good and Alex Pretty and all of those people all over this country who have been harassed, who have been beaten, who've been taken out of their homes, 5-year-old children being detained. That's a reality. Nobody wants that. But we have a better chance of justice for these folks if this bill passes rather than if it fails. We have a better chance of putting an end to what has become a season of terror if this bill passes than if it fails. I'm asking my colleagues, understand the moment, meet the moment. We have an opportunity over these next several days to lay out the arguments against what the Department of Homeland Security and its leadership and what this administration has wrought on the American people. We serve in this body to be responsive to the American people. They are clamoring and they are crying out for help. We can help them with passing 5 bills that meet their needs. And we can help them by gaining control and focusing our ire and our anger over an agency that is run, in my view, by incompetence, by lies, and by terror. That is not who we are. Those are not the values of the American people. It is not the values of the people in this body. Everyone sees what is happening. And we can't let go of the gains that have been made that make a difference in people's lives, in the education of their kids, in their health, their safety, of looking at substance abuse and opioid addiction and how we can deal with that, transportation, rent assistance, homeless assistance, maternal mortality, child care, Head Start. It is two paths that we face today. One, if we pass the bills, and what our opportunities are to make a difference and make changes in an agency so needed to be changed. And I do believe we all recognize that. And at the same time, to say to the American people, we understand the crisis of a cost of living that you have. And we are there to defend you and your family and to make life and make government work on your behalf. That is our responsibility. I view that as my responsibility as the ranking member of the Appropriations Committee. This is the way our government functions. I thank you. Again, we have a better chance to end the season of terror. I thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time. Mr. Speaker, when you reach a point like this, there's a lot of people to thank. I want to begin by thanking the President of the United States. He supported each and every one of these tranches of bills that have been brought to the floor during this critical month where we completed the appropriations process. We would not be here today without him. We would probably not be voting on this bill without him. He was working today tirelessly to make sure we followed our own procedures and brought this bill to the floor. So I want to personally thank President Trump for his contribution to funding the government. People forget around here, he has to sign the bills. If he doesn't sign them, believe me, he can sustain any veto he cares to cast. He's used his influence and his power constructively to bring us together across partisan lines and to pass what are bipartisan, bicameral bills, and I'm eternally grateful for that. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my own leadership. I don't know where Speaker Johnson got his patience from, but it must be God-given. Because his support throughout this process, working with us, never giving up, trying to restore regular order has been incredible and I think unparalleled in the history of the speakership, in my view. I want to thank the other members of our leadership, Leader Scalise, Whip Emmer, Conference Chair McClain. They all worked really hard to make sure that we could come together, work across the lines, give us the freedom and flexibility that we needed, but also provide the persuasion that was necessary, both within our own ranks and across the aisle. I want to thank especially the Cardinals and the ranking members of the subcommittee. The ranking member and I agree. We had tried to force decision-making down because we trust our Cardinals and ranking members. They know their subjects. They know one another. They work together. Without them, and they solved most of the issues that were before us, we wouldn't be here. And that model worked well because the people that we relied on, our chairman and our ranking members, were people that we know and trust, and frankly, that know one another and trust one another and work well together. I'm extraordinarily proud of this committee for what it did. I also particularly want to thank my friend, the ranking member, across the aisle. Now, we don't always agree. As a matter of fact, once our mutual friend and former colleague, Ambassador Rahm Emanuel, called us the odd couple. That may be true. We don't usually start in the same place. But we are here today able to fund the government, 76% of the government of the United States, because of the ranking member and because of her leadership and her hard work to find common ground. I admire her tremendously as a person. I appreciate her as a working partner. We also had working partners in the United States Senate. We didn't have Chairman Collins. We didn't have Ranking Member Patty Murray. We wouldn't be here either. Again, this is not just a bipartisan or a House agreement. This is a bicameral agreement, and those institutional lines are sometimes more difficult than the partisan lines to negotiate. We managed to do that. I'm proud of each and every one of my ranking partners, but particularly the ranking member of my committee, the Appropriations Committee in the House. So we've had a lot of folks that have worked hard, and we may have some disagreements in the coming days. Probably will. I'd be surprised if we don't. But I know if we work hard, we can work through them and get to a successful conclusion. My friend, for instance, mentioned body cameras. I couldn't agree more. It was something we added in the bill, but it was something she advocated for and championed. We agree on the need for additional training. There's lots we can find in common as we try to work through this, and I hope we're able to do that. But the important thing today, Mr. Speaker, is to finish the task. To take these bills, which represent the vast majority of things where we have found common ground and agreement in a process of give and take and good faith efforts and compromise and debate, and make sure that they pass and reach the president's desk so we do not put American federal workers and American soldiers and American public servants out of work. We let them do their job on behalf of the American people. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I want to urge all my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support what is genuinely a bicameral and bipartisan product, and one that the president has signed and urged, or will sign, and has urged us to pass. And with that, Mr. Speaker, again, I urge passage of this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 1032, the previous question is ordered. The question is on the motion by the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Cole. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Gentleman, lady from
Speaker, I requested yeas and nays.
Yeas and nays. The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 217 and nays are 214. Without objection, the motion is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. All right.
The House will be in order. The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Nebraska seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Armed Services be discharged from further consideration of the bill, H.R. 7211, and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 7211, a bill to authorize the President to award the Medal of Honor to John W. Ripley for acts of valor during the Vietnam War and for other purposes.
Is there objection to the consideration of the bill? Without objection, the bill is engrossed, read a third time, and passed, and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Purpose is the gentleman from Nebraska seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Armed Services be discharged from further consideration of the bill, H.R. 3377, and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 3377, a bill to authorize the President to award the Medal of Honor to James Capers, Jr. for acts of valor as a member of the Marine Corps during the Vietnam War.
Is there objection to the consideration of the bill? Without objection, the bill is engrossed, read a third time, and passed, and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Nebraska seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Armed Services be discharged from further consideration of the bill, H.R. 7194, and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 7194, a bill to authorize the President to award the Medal of Honor to Kareem N. Dockery for acts of valor as a member of the Army while serving in Afghanistan.
Purpose does the gentleman from Nebraska seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the title of the bill. The clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Yeah, the whole amendment. Just let her start reading the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7194, offered by Mr. Bacon of Nebraska. Strike all after the enacting clause and insert the following.
To dispense with the reading of the amendment.
Without objection, the reading is dispensed with. And without objection, the amendment is agreed to. The bill is engrossed, read a third time, passed, and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Without objection, the title is amended. Now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize the Susquehanna Regional Emergency Medical Service, which recently received the 2025 Dick Furno Career EMS Service of the Year Award. This is one of the top national awards in emergency medical services and highlights organizations that exemplify outstanding care, innovation, and commitment to the people that they serve. The Susquehanna Regional EMS covers a 3,000 square mile region covering townships across 4 counties. Their EMS has a team of over 170 EMTs and responds to over 20,000 calls annually. Susquehanna Regional EMS is dedicated to serving the community and has worked to ensure patients beyond the hospital are protected. The center has donated over 100 AEDs to various counties and has helped train residents in critical life-saving skills. Representatives from Susquehanna Regional EMS will accept their award on stage at the EMS World Exposition in Indianapolis, Indiana later this year. Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful for the care Susquehanna Regional EMS provides for the community and for all the workers who are committed to serving others. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
For 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Donald Trump promised he would cut prices, but instead, his administration is killing people. No Democrat should vote to give ICE another penny for public executions. ICE started by chasing people through the fields and factories where they work, then deporting U.S. kids with stage 4 cancer, then pulling women by their hair down the street, and now just murdering citizens in daylight? We have an unqualified masked militia eager to escalate. One lady I met recently in San Jose asked me, "We've only been through 1 year of this. How will we survive 4? We won't. Not until we do the right thing. No other policy matters if we can't protect our people. So today, let's send a message." That's why I voted to shut down their funding, so we never again see the murder of a nurse named Preddy or a mom named Good. I yield back.
Members are reminded to observe proper decorum in the House. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today I voted not to continue funding for Homeland Security without real oversight and constraints on ICE and Border Patrol. Minnesotans are being racially profiled on a mass scale, assaulted on their streets, and kidnapped from their homes. Peaceful demonstrators are being threatened and detained for exercising their First Amendment rights. 2 American citizens were killed on our streets by Department of Homeland Security agents. This is not the America we learned about in civics class. This is the behavior of a dictatorship. We live in a democracy where even the president must follow the rule of law and the Constitution. My vote against the funding today for DHS was to stand in solidarity with Minnesotans, to demand changes to protect our democracy. We are one Minnesota. We will continue to care for our neighbors, to stand up for our rights, because they're your rights too. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Nevada seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to congratulate my constituent, Alex Honnold, on his remarkable climb of one of the world's tallest skyscrapers, Taipei 101, without a rope. Alex is a world-class athlete and perhaps one of the best athletes of our time. He is also known for being the first person to ever free solo El Capitan in Yosemite. I'm proud to say that Alex and I have worked together to promote outdoor recreation with my Park Act, which helps protect climbers on our beautiful public lands. Alex also founded the Honnold Foundation, which partners with marginalized communities to expand equitable solar access around the world. Nevada's 3rd District is honored to have such an accomplished athlete with a passion for outdoor recreation and making the world a better place. We're all looking forward to seeing what you will accomplish next, Alex. Congratulations. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts, the ranking member of the Committee on Rules, seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, food costs are sky high and millions of people across the country are losing their SNAP benefits due to Trump's big ugly bill, which made the largest cut to food assistance and health care in American history. Amazing organizations like Lorraine's Soup Kitchen and Pantry in Chicopee, Massachusetts, are working to bridge the gap so families don't go hungry amid these reckless Republican cuts. Lorraine's, named after the first executive director of the Soup Kitchen, has been providing nutritious food and hope to families in Western Massachusetts for 30 years. Under the incredible leadership of Kim Casey, Lorraine serves hot meals and provides nutritious pantry staples and produce to hungry families. As part of my statewide End Hunger Now tour, I visited the pantry last week with my friend Richie Neal, ranking member of the Ways and Means Committee. We learned about an increase in need due to Republican cuts and talked directly with pantry workers and people experiencing hunger. As Congress prepares to consider the next farm bill, we must repeal the SNAP cuts and it as part of the big ugly bill and fully restore food assistance programs as we work to end hunger now. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, during the government shutdown last fall, OMB Director Russell Vought announced that the Trump administration would be pausing billions of dollars in funding for the Hudson River Gateway Tunnel project. This critical project creates a much-needed passenger rail tunnel under the Hudson River, supplementing existing tunnels that were built over 100 years ago and will deliver thousands of commuters in and out of New York every day in the busiest Amtrak corridor in the United States. For several months, the White House has held these funds captive over misleading claims that the project's contracting policies violate administration policies on diversity, equity, and inclusion. Last week, the Gateway Development Commission announced that construction will have to cease if President Trump does not swiftly restore the project's funding. If construction is delayed, thousands of union construction workers will lose their jobs, and timely completion of this project will be in jeopardy. I implore the President to end this vindictive quest to hurt people in the Northeast and immediately unfreeze project funds to allow for the construction to resume. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, the San Fernando Valley mourns the loss of Stephen Boatsford. Steve passed away on January 11th at the age of 75 after living a life filled with love, generosity, and impact. Steve was a successful businessman and philanthropist who supported small businesses across the country, including in Los Angeles. He deeply understood the importance of making sure communities have what they needed to thrive, which is why he set up a scholarship fund that allowed first-generation students across the San Fernando Valley to attend college. Steve's legacy lives on through the first-generation students who benefited from his scholarships and the dreams that were made possible through his support. I send my condolences to his wife, Kathleen, his children, Alexandra, Stephen Jr., and Victoria. I now ask for a moment of silence in honor of Steve. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
This past year, more than 112,000 federal employees retired, far more than last year. And a lot of them retired because they took the DOGE buyout deal, the deferred resignation program, where people were given a buyout if they resigned by October. Others had simply put in their time and were ready to leave and receive their earned retirement benefits. Well, we're here months later, and many of these federal employees who have served our country well are still waiting for their benefits and the money that they are owed. Our office has seen a huge spike in constituents experiencing delayed retirement processing at OPM and at federal agencies and at payroll providers across the government. And these delays are not isolated, they are systemic. And the administration knew these retirements were coming. It was part of the DOGE plan. But once again, the administration was not prepared for what came next. And as a result, federal retirees face delayed annuity payments, gaps in benefits, and real financial hardship. These are families trying to pay mortgages, cover health care, and plan their next chapter. And this backlog is completely unacceptable. We must fix it and restore trust in a retirement system that enables us to recruit the great people we have in government. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? New York seek recognition.
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Religious leaders from across the world are coming to Washington, D.C. this week to celebrate religious freedom. It's hard to imagine that something we take for granted, like the right to worship, is denied to much of humankind across the globe. Muslim Uyghurs are put in forced labor camps by the Chinese Communist Party. Hindu and Buddhist religious minorities are being persecuted in Bangladesh. Christians are being tormented in Syria, India, Egypt, Nigeria, and elsewhere. Jews worldwide are facing anti-Semitism. Sikh turbans are banned. Muslim headscarves are not permitted. Have you heard about the Ahmadis, the Rohingyas, the Druze? What about the Tibetan Buddhists in China and the Baha'is in Iran? There must be a worldwide effort to celebrate our diversity, promote religious freedom, and stop the evil forces that try and divide us instead of seeking the common ground that we all share. As we celebrate the 250th anniversary of our nation, let us promote the religious freedom that we enjoy in our country, and let us serve as a beacon to the world once again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the distinguished gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition? Without objection, the distinguished gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor all the brave first responder men and women who braved the dangerous terrain and frigid temperatures to help provide food and shelter, as well as to restore power and water to my constituents in Monroe and Allen counties. Last week, South Central Kentucky experienced a catastrophic snow and ice storm that left many thousands without power and water, some for as long as 5 days, all while temperatures remain below freezing. I especially want to recognize the workers at Tri-County Electric Membership Corporation, Cooperative, who worked all day and night, often during temperatures in the single digits, to restore power, which was lost from the hundreds of power lines that completely broke from the freezing rain. These workers, along with our water utilities, law enforcement, and volunteer fire departments, deserve a huge thanks for stepping up and delivering in our time of need. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
I apologize.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
And still I rise, Mr. Speaker, in mourning for the lives that have been lost at the hands and the color of law. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Pettit and Ms. Good should not have lost their lives as they did. And yes, I stand for impeachment of Ms. Noem, the secretary, but that's not enough. I believe that under these circumstances, more is required than a simple impeachment. I think it's a good thing to do, and I support it. But there is some question of criminality involved with this. And in such cases of criminality, we must do more than impeach. We must convict. She should do time. It is time for us to send a message to others that you cannot cover up and you cannot condone this kind of behavior when you hold public trust. I rise, and I stand where I stand.
Gentleman yields. The chair lays before the House an enrolled bill.
148, an act making further consolidated appropriations for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2026, and for the purposes.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Rivas, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent for all members to have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material into the record on the subject of my special order hour.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just over a year ago, I was part of a talented and diverse group of 33 freshmen members of Congress. We were veterans, doctors, engineers, lawyers, teachers, small business owners, and state legislators who were sent by our constituents to make their lives better. They sent us to Congress to protect their health care, lower the costs of their groceries, and make life more affordable. Democrats are working on bills that would meaningfully help families deal with the affordability crisis. There are bills that have been introduced that stop price gouging at the grocery store, making housing more affordable, and make healthcare accessible for all. But Republicans have yet to take up any of these proposals. We are in the midst of an affordability crisis, and Republicans are refusing to work with us to address it. We are 13 months into our first term in Congress, and my colleagues and I have yet to see a meaningful piece of legislation from Republicans that makes life less expensive for our constituents. Over the past year, Republicans chose to rename the Gulf of Mexico, redefine what a showerhead is, rename the Kennedy Center, look into annexing Greenland, regulate fridges and gas stoves, and perhaps the most egregious one is to make the largest cuts to healthcare in our country's history in order to give billionaires more tax breaks. The fact That Trump and Republicans are prioritizing these bills over lowering the cost of living is insulting to our constituents. I fail to see how renaming the Gulf of Mexico, redefining the definition of a showerhead, or annexing Greenland will help families in our districts afford groceries or pay their rent. Because of Donald Trump and Republicans' policies, families across the country paid an average of over $1,600 more due in everyday expenses. Californians are paying over $2,300. However, you know who is benefiting from the Trump administration? Billionaires. With the big ugly bill, Trump and Republicans have implemented the largest cuts to health care in the history of our country and worsened the affordability crisis just to line the pockets of their billionaire donors. The big ugly bill is also the largest cut to food assistance in American history. The bill cut SNAP benefits by 20% for all participants, or roughly $200 billion, jeopardizing SNAP benefits for more than 40 million people, including 16 million children and 8 million seniors who rely on this for nutritional assistance. Republicans turned their backs on making life affordable for our most vulnerable in order to help billionaires afford another yacht. My House Democratic Caucus freshman colleagues and I are focused on making life better for the American people and driving down grocery prices, utility bills, rent and mortgage payments, and child care and elder care costs so that hardworking people can breathe easier. To help working families, especially multi-generational households, deal with the rising costs of living, I'm introducing the Multi-Generational Family Tax Credit Act. My bill gives multi-generational families a tax credit for expenses that they incur when they upgrade their houses to make them more accessible for their aging parents who live with them. This includes upgrades like grab rails in the shower, an additional bathroom or bedroom, or even a go up and down stairs. This tax credit will help multi-generational families afford to make the upgrades necessary for seniors to age gracefully in one place. Tonight, we will hear from some of the freshmen of the Democratic Caucus and the work that they are doing to make life more affordable for their constituents. I now yield 4 minutes to my colleague and friend from the great state of California, Congressman George Whitesides.
Thank you, Congresswoman. Every time I talk with constituents, I hear the same thing. Life is getting more and more expensive. People are worried about making rent, paying for groceries, and dealing with gas prices that keep on climbing. In just the past couple of weeks, we've received more proof of what our constituents are telling us. According to a recent report, California families saw their costs go up by more than $2,000 in 2025 due to inflation. That breaks down to $482 more going towards housing like rent or a mortgage, and another $581 towards transportation costs from buying a car to repairs and gas. And for food, families are paying even more because of the grocery tariffs from this administration. One trip through our local Stater Brothers or Vons is enough to feel the pinch. In 2025, families paid $76 more for ground coffee, $71 more for ground beef, and $51 more for eggs than they did in 2024. Simply put, our economy is not serving hardworking families and the basic promises of the American dream, like home ownership or putting a child through college, which are harder and harder to reach. Government works best when it is grounded in the needs of the people that it serves. Our constituents have been clear about what they sent us here to do, what they sent us here to fight for. We must stay focused on policies that make life more affordable, because we are here to improve people's lives, and that responsibility should guide everything we do. I will continue to fight every day to lower costs and keep the American dream alive and within reach. Thank you. I yield back.
I now yield 4 minutes to my colleague and friend from the great state of Missouri, Wesley Bell.
I rise today because working people in St. Louis and across this country are getting squeezed from every direction. Groceries cost more, rent costs more, childcare costs more, healthcare costs more. And for too many families, every month feels like a math problem they can't solve. For generations, the American dream meant that if you worked hard, you could build a stable life, you could afford a home, you could raise a family, you could retire with dignity. Today, that dream feels farther away for millions of people, not because they stopped believing in it, but because it's becoming impossibly unaffordable. Affordability is not just an economic issue, it's a trust issue. People don't just feel broke, they feel shut out. Under President Trump, influence isn't just whispered behind closed doors, it's put up for sale. Money flows in and policy flows out. That's not normal, that's not acceptable. In this administration, access is bought instead of earned. If you're a billionaire or a special interest, you get a seat at the table. If you're a nurse, a warehouse worker, or a parent juggling 2 jobs, you're out of luck. That's how we end up with policies like tariffs that raise costs for Missouri families by $600 a year. It's how we end up with an economy that works great for the people at the top and barely works for everyone else. And when President Trump talks about a great economy, it's clear he's talking about an economy he's never had to live in. One where you don't worry about grocery bills, prescription costs, or child care because those concerns have never touched his life and they don't guide his decisions. When decisions are driven by money instead of the public interest, the result is higher costs, weaker protections, and a growing sense that the American dream is slipping out of reach. It doesn't have to be this way. We can build an economy where the American dream is affordable again, where housing is within reach, healthcare is accessible, and childcare doesn't bankrupt you. We can stop giving billionaires yet another tax break and start giving working families some breathing room. Because when government works for working people, the American dream stops slipping away and starts feeling possible again. That's what House Democrats are fighting for. Not an economy built around pay-to-play politics or shady closed-door deals, but one built around dignity, fairness, and that simple idea that the American dream should be within reach for everyone, not just the well-connected. I yield back.
I now yield 4 minutes to my colleague and friend from the great state of New York, Congressman John Mannion.
Thank you, Representative Rivas, on your leadership on affordability and giving me the opportunity to speak today. Across central New York and the Mohawk Valley, people are worried, and they have every reason to be. Grocery prices are going up, healthcare costs are rising, energy bills are spiking, and too many families feel like they're being asked to absorb the hit while Washington does nothing to make their lives better or more affordable. On healthcare, the threat is real and urgent. Just this week, I met with leadership and toured Oneida Health, a rural hospital in my district that's been there for over 100 years. They're feeling the largest healthcare cuts in the history of the country that were passed in the big ugly bill. And they know firsthand that the deeply inadequate rural health care fund comes nowhere near making up for the lost revenue that happened in that bill. You cannot cut nearly $1 trillion from Medicaid and decimate the foundation of our healthcare system, cutting at the knees our rural hospitals, and pretend that a one-time Band-Aid of $50 billion will hold the system together. Many of my Republican colleagues continue to tout their votes in support of the largest health care cuts in our history while letting critical subsidies expire. We should be doing the opposite. There is bipartisan support to extend the ACA premium tax credits. We should be working together to prevent premium spikes and make sure seniors and working families aren't forced to choose between prescription drugs, groceries, and keeping the heat on. Healthcare should provide peace of mind, not financial anxiety. Because when essential services are gutted, community health centers and rural hospitals face shortfalls, and people are forced to drop coverage. It impacts everyone through higher premiums, and all of us will be paying more and are paying more to get less. The House has wisely voted to extend the subsidies, and the Senate needs to do the same. The same affordability crisis is playing out with energy costs. I hear it every day from families and small businesses who simply cannot afford another rate hike. That's why I helped found the Congressional Lowering Utility Bills Caucus, to push real practical solutions that put consumers first. Upstate New York knows extreme weather, long winters, hot summers, but weather alone doesn't explain why utility bills have become unmanageable. Families in my district are projected to pay hundreds more each year, even when usage stays the same. I've heard from constituents whose bills jumped hundreds of dollars and more in just a matter of months. That's not sustainable, and it's not acceptable. Part of the problem is growing demand from energy-intensive data centers. Regular Americans should not be forced to subsidize massive corporate energy use. Another part of the problem is this administration's decisions that undercut long-term affordability, blocking transmission, canceling low-cost energy products, some of which are green energy projects, and slowing investments that would expand supply, stabilize prices, and give consumers the options they need and demand. Republicans control the White House, Senate, and House, and it seems like big energy corporations control them. We see every day that their actions demonstrate that they're not interested in lowering the costs for hardworking Americans. The good news is that solutions do exist. We need smart investments in generation and transmission, expanded energy efficiency programs that help families use less and pay less, and a balanced approach to create more affordable energy options, including renewables and clean, reliable nuclear power. We also need accountability, including keeping utilities local and making sure profits aren't shipped overseas while families here struggle to keep the lights on. Consumer affordability, not corporate profit, has to be the priority. Paying for groceries and health care, keeping the lights on, heating your home, these are the basic expectations that should exist in the wealthiest country in the world. They should not be luxuries. This affordability crisis isn't just hitting hardworking families across central New York and the Mohawk Valley. It's squeezing our small businesses, our hospitals, and our schools. I'll keep fighting to make sure Washington treats this crisis with the urgency that it demands. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. I now yield 4 minutes to my colleague and friend from the great state of Maryland, Congresswoman Sarah Elfreth.
Thank you so much, and Mr. Speaker, we are taking time up on the floor today because from coast to coast, I guarantee that we are all hearing the same message from our constituents. The cost of living is just too high. I feel it too, as the daughter of a single mom who made everything work because of access to affordable childcare, as a millennial with student loan debt that I'm still years away from paying off, and as a first-time homeowner who finally was able to buy a house in the district I represent after renting for over 2 decades. And this is something I believe everyone in this chamber, Republican and Democrats alike, can agree on. Congress must do more to lower the crushing costs of electric bills, groceries, prescription drugs, housing, and more. So while I'd love to take a full hour today running through what we can and should do on all of these crises, I have only just a few minutes to focus on one. And so, Mr. Speaker, from my very first conversations 9 years ago, when I first asked my neighbors to place their trust in me to represent them, to even just this weekend at the grocery store, I've heard from parents, I've heard from grandparents, I've heard from small businesses alike that the child care crisis is suppressing our economy and forcing families to make impossible decisions. It's more expensive to send one infant to daycare than it is to send an 18-year-old to the University of Maryland. And like every state, Maryland saw devastating losses in child care providers after the pandemic. We lost 15%, or 1,135 home-based child care providers. And that further pressured the market and limited options for families. But I come to this floor with good news. I'm proud to share that in our state, education and nonprofit leaders are working to find innovative solutions to help families afford childcare through scholarships and tax credits, but also, and this is crucial, to grow the supply of childcare providers and create critically needed seats. The Growing Opportunities for Family Childcare program has opened nearly 300 daycares or 2,000 childcare slots in just 3 years by providing training, coaching, and resources to individuals who happen to be almost entirely women-based businesses and opening and operating family care, childcare businesses. Now, this is a win-win-win. We create more jobs in childcare, we allow more parents to enter the workforce, and we lower the cost of care through increased supply. As a Congress, we need to work together to find common sense policies that will make it easier for our neighbors not just to get by, but to get ahead. I call on my colleagues to join me in tackling these issues head on, together through difficult conversations as we seek to do the unfashionable thing here in Washington, find common ground. Because that is the fundamental promise of our country, to be able to give our kids and the next generation a better life than we had, and we can only do that by offering real, comprehensive, innovative solutions to the affordability crisis that families across this country are experiencing. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Elfreth. I now yield 4 minutes to my colleague and friend from the great state of Arizona, Congresswoman Adelita Grijalva.
Thank you, Representative Rivas, for organizing today's special hour. Mr. Speaker, across Arizona, families are being squeezed from every direction. Groceries cost more, rent and housing costs keep climbing, people can't afford their health care. According to the Joint Economic Committee, Arizona families paid an estimated $1,569 more in 2025 due to inflation during Trump's first year back in office. And yet, after running on lowering prices, Trump now calls this affordability crisis a hoax. Just last week, he said plainly, "I don't want to drive housing prices down. I want to drive housing prices up." That tells you exactly who he's fighting for: Wall Street speculators and billionaires, not our families living on main streets and in our barrios. He's not even trying to hide it anymore. Meanwhile, utility bills are surging, electric bills are up 13%, and residential gas prices are up nearly 60%. This administration canceled clean energy projects that could have powered 13 million homes, destroying 165,000 jobs in the process. Behind every statistic is a family that is now experiencing hardship due to these reckless and painful policies. I recently toured the Community Food Bank of Southern Arizona, where I heard directly from staff and volunteers about what these policies mean on the ground. Food banks are now being forced to serve more people with fewer resources because of the Republicans' so-called Big Ugly Bill. Across Arizona, they're serving about 700,000 people every single month. A 30% increase in demand for services while dealing with a 50% cut in funding for some of our most vulnerable populations, including seniors, veterans, differently abled, families, and children. That strain is only growing as this Republican law slashes SNAP, one of the most effective anti-hunger programs we have. Under the Big Ugly Law, up to 73,000 Arizonans could lose some or all of their benefits due to red tape and funding changes. These cuts don't eliminate hunger. They push families to food banks that are already stretched thin. The burden falls hardest on women and caregivers, especially women of color who are overrepresented in low-wage and unstable jobs. Let's be clear. This is an affordability crisis Republicans are perpetuating. Rising costs, shrinking safety nets, and tax break for billionaires, all at the expense of working families. House Democrats are focused on driving down costs and making life more affordable. Because affordability isn't a slogan. It's about whether families can live with dignity and peace of mind. That's what we should be fighting for. Thank you, and I yield back to Representative Rivas.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, how much time do I have remaining?
The gentlewoman has 37 minutes remaining.
Thank you. Over the past year, Republicans have chosen to focus on nearly everything except addressing the affordability crisis. One of those items includes renaming the Gulf of Mexico. As a member of the House Committee on Natural Resources, I saw this bill make its way through the committee thinking that it was a joke. And I was correct to think that because the origin of renaming the Gulf of Mexico was from a joke. In 2011, Stephen Colbert joked about renaming the Gulf during the 2010 Deepwater Horizon oil spill, stating that, "I don't think we can call it the Gulf of Mexico anymore. We broke it, we bought it." When the Big Ugly Bill was being marked up in the Natural Resources Committee, I led an amendment that would make this unserious proposal more beneficial for working families in my district. My amendment made it so that the Gulf cannot be renamed until Secretary Burgum can assess how the bill will actually lower grocery prices, improve the GDP, lower unemployment, and create jobs. But of course, Republicans rejected my amendment. And that seems to be the pattern that we are all seeing, and that's why we're here today to share the stories on how the affordability crisis is affecting our constituents. I now yield 4 minutes to my colleague and friend from the great state of Oregon, Congresswoman Maxine Dexter.
Thank you very much to my colleague from California for leading this important discussion today and for your leadership bringing this to the floor. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to talk about the affordability crisis and the reality the vast majority of American families are facing. Across Oregon, people are doing everything they are supposed to do. They are working extremely hard. They are playing by the rules, and still they are falling behind. They are living paycheck to paycheck, unable to save for a vacation, retirement, or their children's education because the cost of living has outpaced what most people earn. Rent keeps climbing. Childcare can cost more than a mortgage. Health insurance premiums, copays, and deductibles eat up paychecks before families ever get to groceries. Too many parents are lying awake at night, running the numbers, wondering which bill they can delay paying this month. A report from the Joint Economic Committee found that the average American family spent $1,625 more because of inflation than the year prior. In Oregon, families paid $1,791 more than the year before. It doesn't have to be this way. I grew up working class. I left home at 17, and with the security of a union job, I was able to be the first in my family to graduate college and then go on to medical school. It was because this country chose to invest in families like mine that I had a shot at the American dream. Well-funded public schools, safe neighborhoods, excellent transit, union jobs, accessible and affordable health care, housing and higher education. Those are the building blocks that every family in this nation deserves to count on. Today, our kids cannot count on these things. They are cynical that the American dream is even achievable. They don't believe government is trustworthy, let alone effective. That is a failure of leaders right here in this chamber. And I came here to fight to make sure my district has the opportunities that I had for a better life. It is the time that the federal government chooses working families. It is time for our government to work for working families, to empower people with opportunity and stability, not terrorize and undermine their dreams and hard work. We must raise the federal minimum wage. We must help seniors age with dignity and independence. We must ensure healthcare and housing are affordable and readily available. We must protect our air, water, and open spaces for all to enjoy health and the joy of getting outside in our beautiful state. A better future is possible if we fight for it. I can assure you all, I came here to do just that. It is time for the federal government to stand up for working families and break up the monopolies and power circles that are holding them down. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Thank you. In July, Republicans voted to betray our values as a nation and turn their backs on children, working parents, veterans, and our most vulnerable. Under direct orders from the president, the Big Ugly Bill ignored the concerns of a majority of Americans to instead cater to billionaires. For over a year, Republicans have done nothing to save Medicaid, protect immigrant communities, provide food for needy families or children, or address the skyrocketing cost of living. Republicans voted to stand with billionaires and make life harder and more expensive for working families. What Republicans somehow failed to see is how the Big Ugly Bill would harm their constituents. We, as in House Democrats, all voted to save Medicaid and SNAP, protect our immigrant communities, and stand with working families across the San Fernando Valley and across the country. Like you heard from many of my freshman colleagues that participated today, Republicans are turning their back on everyday Americans. We all have constituent stories, constituents that have reached out to us to share the impact of these policies on their daily lives. Just recently, I heard from an elderly couple in my district from Valley Village who are facing serious health concerns, including chronic heart problems and cancer. He and his wife make regular visits to the oncologist and is going through multiple rounds of chemotherapy. They live on a fixed income from Social Security, and between regular visits to the doctors and the monthly increase in their rent, they're struggling to make ends meet. No one should have to make the choice of paying for their rent or a visit to the doctor that they need in order to survive. But unfortunately, these are the decisions that this administration is forcing everyday Americans to make. Republicans must work with House Democrats to bring these costs down for families in the San Fernando Valley and across the country. Mr. Speaker, how much time do I have remaining?
The gentlewoman has 30 minutes remaining.
The work we do in Congress should improve the lives of our constituents, not focus on vanity projects for an egomaniac or line the pockets of people who don't need it. We heard from several talented and dedicated Democratic freshmen tonight about the work that they are doing to make life more affordable for their constituents. The true test of how great we are as a country is how we treat and care for our most vulnerable. And time again, Democrats are rising to the occasion to pass this test and make life more affordable for all. By doing literally everything except for addressing the affordability crisis that they created, Republicans are failing that test. Thank you, and I yield the balance of my time.
Does the gentlewoman have a motion?
I move that the House do now adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow for morning hour debate.